All right. Hello and welcome to Odyssey of Eternity. I'm DM Kenneth, and today we are here for Cyberpunk Red, Night City Blues. And before we get too much further into things, I want to say a big thank you, though, to one of our longest running subscribers and followers and supporters of the channel. Big thank you to Lost Oneros for today reaching the 17th month subscription milestone. Thank you so much for your love and support over the, well, now years.
Awesome.
Big thank you for that. You're awesome. Thank you for the support. All right. But let's get into what we're actually here for today, and that's Cyberpunk. So, what is the last thing you guys remember?
We're playing dress up. More specifically, we have been tasked with doing some recon and stuff at a funny little Arasaka building. You know, just casual stuff, nothing big.
Yeah, that is sort of what has happened. Yeah.
If I remember more specifically, we last left off being headed to talk with like an orientation lady.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yes, starting our undercover jobs.
Or very legal jobs.
Yes, very legal.
Well, there's something. Hey, no worries there, Yui. We'll see you in a second. So yeah, you guys have infiltrated the building so far under false credentialing. You guys all have false identities that that you have adopted with proper paperwork that looks at first glance quite actually legitimate. It could be because they may or may not lifted it off of someone who was legitimate and just slapped your face on the picture of the ID and the like, but legitimate it looks anyways. So, you see a woman in the corner. She's holding a sign that says "New recruits" or "New hires," and you see there's a small group of people already congregating around her in this lobby that you're in. So, are you guys heading that way?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
All right. All right. So you guys head to this lady, and you see.
I was gonna ask where did you put the name? Oh, I found them. Never mind. I can't remember which one I was. What was my name? Victor, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
Victor Vega.
Yeah, you were Victor Vega. Audie, who are you? Let's just go over
Lily
that real
Lee.
quick. You were who?
Lily Lee.
Lily
Nightingale.
Lou? Okay.
Lily Lee.
Lily Lee.
I was just saying it real fast and I'm real southern. Forgive me for my transgressions and my sins.
What about Dr. Mal? Who are you?
Maya Martinez.
Maya Martinez. All right. Yui is stepped away for the moment, but Ziri, what was yours?
Samantha Smith.
All right. So you approach this woman. You see that she has looks to be some sort of some sort of Asian heritage upon her, and she's wearing a very smart pencil skirt, hair drawn back in a tight bun behind her head, and she's got a very obviously there for presentation smile.
Yeah.
She says, "Hello, everyone. It is good to see you. My name is Tara, and I will be your point of contact for the next day here, as you settle into our research facility here. You guys have all been vetted. I have seen in the dossier for clearance of this place." But do remember that corporate policy does dictate that if you remove any of any information or company secrets from this location, It is punishment by immediate termination from both Arasaka and regards some civil penalties as well. And she just gives the sweetest, like, fake smile on her face as she says this.
Mhm.
Those of you who are administrative assistants, you will be with me today. Lurkers, you will report to the basement or the sub level 3. You'll go to that elevator there and go down, and you will meet your contact there. Those of you who are maintenance, you will head to the 3rd floor of the building. We have our maintenance office there. You will look for a man named Stu. He will lead you to what you need to do for the day. And if you are lab tech, you will go up to just shy of the penthouse. You'll be to the second to the most floor, which will be the 47th floor for you. And that will be the orientation lab for you today. As far as security forces, I see some of you have brought your own toys today, which is good. You will report out to the guard post by the front of the building. Just remember that for security forces, weapons are not to be discharged upon the premises unless there is immediate danger and you have requested the right to fire. We do not need any frivolous lawsuits thrown against the company that we have to make go away if any weapon gets accidentally discharged upon the premises. So please ask for permission from your supervisor before discharging your weapon, or if you have deemed it as an emergency and the need is too great and the risk too high to ask immediate permission.
Understood.
So with that, you guys are free to go. Lunch here takes place at between the hours of 12 to 1. You have a 1-hour paid lunch break here. The cafeteria is open and has many healthy options and some unhealthy options, but better food than you will find, usually better food than you will find on the streets. We have 17 private chefs that work for us and work very hard every day, making a variety of cuisines for our workers to enjoy upon their lunch break. So please enjoy all of that our facility has to offer on your lunch break as well, or on any breaks that you are given. We also have a few amenities here at that location. We have a workout facility if you would like to take advantage of that. There's also childcare services if you have any children that need to be watched if you cannot find a babysitter for the day. Those are things we offer complimentary to our workers here. So please welcome to Arasaka, and good to meet you all. You are all dismissed.
Likewise.
As she gives you a curt nod, and she'll just sort of look expectantly as you guys start to displace yourselves into the adequate areas that you guys...
Joke's on her, she can't get rid of me. She did this to herself.
Alright, are you guys going where you need to go?
Yes,
I guess we all
asterisk.
split off, right?
Asterisk?
Mal takes the stairs to the 37th floor.
I mean, it's a good workout.
He figures he might as well start mapping the place somewhere. He's going to take the stairs and no one's going to be taking the stairs. No one's going to be taking the stairs to the 37th floor. So anytime that he's alone in that staircase, he's going to open the door and just kind of like peek in on the floor that he's currently on.
Okay.
And then keep going. He's trying to make it look like he's a little lost, though.
Okay.
Like, he'll peek in and then, like, stop, back up a little bit, look at what floor he's on, shake his head, close the door, and then keep going up.
So as you get like probably close to like the 10th floor,
Yeah.
you're at the point where you actually see someone come out and into the stairwell. As you see a very athletic looking man, just sort of sitting there, just have another stairwalker.
Mm-hmm. Not the biggest fan of elevators.
Oh, same here. Absolutely terrified of them. You know, I've seen so many movies and brain dances where the cables just snap, man.
Mm-hmm.
Like man, I work on the 32nd floor, but like the stairs are hell, but hell. Great for my heart.
Better than free falling. Yeah.
Yeah, but better for free fall. And he's gonna like literally just, you know, that like very friendly stranger info dump that you didn't ask for, but like definitely the entire way you're walking up to the floor, he's just gonna like word vomit his life story to you.
Mal is so well practiced for this because he's got Audi.
Amazing.
That's all right. That just gives me. He said 32nd floor, so I've got another couple floors to be able to peek in a little bit.
Okay. So the rest of you guys, as Mal is going to take a while to climb stairs, as stairs are not the fastest thing to go up. There are several dozen elevators here, actually. So you get into the first. Who'd like to go first? Would we like to have Ziri, who's going to the basement for the lurkers, or would we like? I think both Yui and Lou actually are security for this.
I mean, I'd say it makes more sense to let Louie and Louie and Yui. Ah!
No.
Yes.
No. Please no.
More realistically, I mean, I think unless if you guys don't want to go first, I will. But my brain thinks it'd make more sense to let you guys go first because it's more people.
Oh yeah. I was saying no to Louis and Uwe. No. I don't mind going first.
It's like
It's up to you,
DuckTales.
Yui, if you want to. Trying to figure out who Victor the fucking Viper Vega is.
Yeah, so you guys head out to. You head back outside of the building, back towards the guard facility, as you see that woman that you talked to last time. She's sitting there and just sort of at ease, arms resting, very relaxed, just at the handle of her pistol that's sitting on her hip. And she's like, "Well, good to meet you all. There's a few other recruits with you as well. There's about 4 other security forces that have signed up, and this is their first day as well. It is a pleasure to meet all of you. I met some of you on the way in today.
Yes. Nice to meet you as well. I don't recall your name.
Yes.
I'm Victor. Victor Vega.
Victor Vega. Wonderful to meet you, Victor. I am, and I'm trying to find my notes.
What did she say her name was?
I'm trying to find my notes real quick right now.
Oh, gotcha.
I don't think she actually introduced herself, honestly. I think she just waved you guys on.
Okay.
You had a brief conversation.
Gotcha.
My name is Isabella Garcia, at your service. I am the chief security officer here, and with that being said, whatever I say will be the law around here, short of if the executive gives you orders himself. If he gives you orders, or if he tells you jump, you say how high. You will know him very easily. His name is his name is Alexander Harrison. Tall, muscular build, short cropped hair, piercing blue eyes. But for day-to-day
The
operations,
executive,
yes, that is
not above table. I'm trying
yeah.
to take notes.
Yep.
CEO, is that what it is?
Yep, Alexander.
Alexander Harrison.
Yep, and he is the CEO of this location, or the head executive of this location, not the CEO of Arasaka, but this location is the head honcho. So your day-to-day duties will be as such. And she pulls out a data pad and she starts to read off of things that you will be doing. Notes. I need to actually organize these a bit better. So you will be patrolling the facility if you are given that assignment. You will be with one senior guardsman every single time that you do this until you are experienced enough on your own to do this by yourself. If you could also be monitoring security systems. That one does include donuts. And you hear a couple nervous laughs throughout some of the recruits. That one you'll be sitting watching monitors and keeping an eye on the system and dispatching anyone if the need to respond quickly arises. You could be posted at the gate here or at any checkpoints inside the building, and you will be checking credentials of people coming and going into the secured locations, checking if they have the need to know or the right to know to go into these places. You may be tapped to provide escort services for the executive or any of the higher ups in this building, or even the scientists should they need to go on a field incursion out and about. You are all required to respond to emergencies in a forthwith and quick fashion. And this includes, and is not limited to, fires, medical emergencies, or security breaches. You can see your data pads that will be and that you will be provided with shortly. All of the protocols and the ways to coordinate emergency response as efficiently as possible. That was brought up in orientation, so you are expected to know these. Also, you are to report any incident that happens during your shift, including security breaches, suspicious activity, or accidents, in a timely manner, with paperwork that is filled out properly and correctly, and are expected to cooperate in any investigation that may take place. Do I make myself clear?
Absolutely.
All right. So first and foremost, I will be giving each and every one of you an assignment for the day, and from there we will go from there. So first and foremost, and she points to the first man in the line of security. She's like, "You will be on patrol today. I will give you your assignment with your senior guardsman shortly." Moves to the woman next, and she's that's next in line. You will be on guard duty. You will be checking credentials at the gate with me today. She gets to Lou. You
Yes.
will be on security systems for the day. I want you, and she looks over to Yui, both of you,
Very well.
to be on security systems today, monitoring the facility. Get to know the layout, because you will be on patrol tomorrow. And she'll go through.
Very well.
give the rest of
We will
the
do that.
recruits their. You will report to the security booth that is on the second floor. You will see there is a camera system there. You will sit down. There is a man named Leonard that will teach you the ways there. Just don't listen to his political ramblings. He's on thin ice with it.
Oh, good.
So, are there any questions, recruits?
I don't think so. I'm sure something will come up.
All right. Here, before you leave, please check out your gear for the day. If you do not have a weapon, we will provide you with one. If you do, you may use that after you check it here at the gates. Make sure the safety is functional and the like. After that, you will also pick up your radio, data pad, and any other keys or access tokens if you need them. All right, you are dismissed. Get to work. As she goes about.
Gather up gears. Would sort of wait to like for the crowd to disperse and talk to Yui and be like, "Hey, so you want to see what we can clock before we get to level 2, and as far as cameras and layout and all that, or do you want to split up and do that?"
I think for now we should just do our jobs and do them well to sort of set ourselves. And then,
Okay.
Then from there, once we get situated, maybe we're here for a week, so we got some time.
True. All right, so we'll head to second floor then.
And there's
Not
cameras
that
there, right?
any
So
of
we
us-
should be able to figure out where they are.
All right, so you guys gear up. After you guys are sort of sitting there for a minute after most of the crowds disperse, you see Chief Garcia look over to you. I told you guys to get a move on. Stop. We're not paying you to lollygag. Go up to the second
Yes,
floor,
ma'am.
get some donuts.
Give her the salute and head out.
All right. As you guys start to head that way, we will pan over to Audie here. Audie, the woman, Tara,
Yes,
looking
hello.
at you. She's like, it looks like you are my administrative assistant today.
Oh. Yes, ma'am.
So, first and foremost, your first goal is to... Let me ask this first. Do you know how to drive?
No, ma'am. I'm so sorry. I was an entertainer before.
She just looks at you and arcs an eyebrow.
The sweetest little smile, a little dip of the head.
All right, so your first job today might be a bit tricky because you do not know how to drive. Mr. Alexander prefers his coffee from a location in northern Watson. You are to go get this coffee and make sure it gets back here warm.
Yes, ma'am.
As she will shoot you the details. She's like, there is a Delamain waiting outside that will take you right to where you need to go. You have an hour to do this.
Oh, thank you, ma'am. That's so much time. Another little smile. And then I think she's gonna wait for express permission to leave.
Go. Shoot.
Oh, okay. Yes, ma'am. And then she'll scurry off.
And the first thing you realize is as soon as the rest of the group left, her disposition incredibly changed quickly.
Yeah.
To that of like a taskmaster sort of individual.
Good for her.
As she sends you off, as you walk out the door, you see there are a few Delamains sitting out there. And Delamains are automated taxis.
Yeah.
That'll take you to.
It'll be fine. Yeah, we'll take a Delamain.
So when you approach your first Delamain, you realize that she never told you which one to take. And the first one you approach and try to open the door doesn't open.
Okay, so this is what it's the trying to get others to fail so they don't take your job. Audie just clocks it quietly in the back of her head. Yeah, we'll just quickly go ahead and I assume it has something to do with like our badge, so we're just gonna quickly run those through the Delamains.
So you take you take your badge and you try to find a slot or something to tap your badge to. So you
I
just
think it's like a scanner.
no, there isn't. They look like standard taxis.
Oh, okay. So you
these
just
ones
gotta
are-
try the door.
Yeah.
Okay, then that's what we'll do.
All right. So you're trying the door. You're tapping your badge to the door.
Trying the door. If it doesn't look like there's a scanner, there's no need to try the door. Badge.
All right. So you try the door again on the first one, and all of a sudden you just hear, "Excuse me, ma'am. What are you trying to do? You are not authorized to take this Delamain right now." As the voice is coming from the car.
Oh, all right, that's cool. Audie is trying not to be immediately fascinated by this and make best friends with the car. It is very hard, very self-control. Would you be able to tell me which one I am authorized for?
Depends. What is your name and your credentials?
Lily Lee, administrative servant.
All right, you are authorized. Let's see. Running databases right now. A third Delamain.
Thank you so much. And she will go do that.
You are welcome. And as you walk away, you get shot to your agent customer appreciation survey for the help that you've been given.
Listen, if I get into the Delamain and have some time, I will absolutely give that Delamain 5 stars. It's the Audie way. Was vaguely nice. Absolutely perfect.
Okay. All right, so we pan away from you at the moment, and we get to Ziri. Ziri, you have gotten into the elevator and have started to head back down to the basement at this point. And you realize there wasn't any other lurkers that have joined today. You were the only one. So it is a calm and quiet elevator ride. The entire time, too, you see that there is a camera pointed directly at you, and as soon as you got into the elevator, you've seen the red light blink on.
I'll just take a mental note of that.
So, as you get down to the bottom of the elevator, you get to your sub basement or sub level that you're on. You find yourself surrounded by server stacks, like over and over and over again, and this seems to be quite a imposing net architecture here. It seems like this could definitely run enough complex programming and algorithms to potentially run the entire city of Night City just here alone.
Okay.
And the other thing that's very impressive is the cable management. It seems to be absolutely immaculate. But as soon as you get further past the elevator, there is a security checkpoint here. As you are stopped, as you see a woman, not quite very alert, but still alert enough to do her job. She just sort of holds up her hand. Halt, state your name and why you're here.
Samantha Smith. I'm the new lurker.
Samantha Smith. All right, let me look at the. She pulls up her data pad and starts tapping through. And all right, Samantha, you are cleared to go through here. Please just back that way through the server stacks. Hang a left. Immediately, then take a right, and you will find yourself in the deep dive room, where you will be diving in and keeping an eye on the net architecture here. So if you could, please follow those. Do not waver, or I will have to get involved. Don't make me get involved, please.
Okay.
All right. And she just waves you on, hardly without even looking at you, looking away from her data term.
Yeah, and Ziri just goes in the direction that she was pointed to.
Yeah, give me a perception check as you walk past that way, by the way.
Perception. Doo-doo-doo. That's a 12.
A 12. You realize that the woman was absolutely playing a video game on her tablet. Instead
Did
of...
I notice her high score?
No, you didn't realize it, but like that's why she didn't really look away, and you highly doubt that she even looked up your credentials.
Alrighty then.
So you head past, and you get to where you are heading. As you find a small room that has a few what you would wish that you could have, which is a net running chair, which is a auto-cooled memory infoam gel inlaid chair that hugs to your body while your interface plugs into and so you can dive the net in comfort and safety. And there is a sizable number of these. There is 6 of them. Only 3 of them are currently filled. As you see, 2 people are currently deep in a net dive. You see the telltales of their eyes looking at things that aren't there. And the third one, there's a man sitting not in a dive, but just sitting there, knees to his chest, just sort of looking down the way where you're coming from.
She greets the man that's not in the dive, just, hello?
Hey, welcome, welcome. Name's Benjamin Carter, at your service. I'm the head lurker here. Before we get too far, do you have, just to be safe, you do have a Trauma Team Platinum membership, correct? You don't have to tell us. It's just a little joke around here. You're not going to need it. You totally are going to need it, but you're not going to need it here. We like to have fun here. This is definitely a very easy job. No dangers at all. Please keep your brain in the right lane while you're going through, and everything will be fine. But we'd like to have fun here, so we're just gonna have a good time.
Oh, okay. Is there any chair I should avoid or go to, or?
I mean, all of the chairs are good. That one, and he points to the second chair, that one has the highest fatality rate. I mean, quit rate, but burnout rate's pretty high in this area, so we like to keep it light and have fun.
She cocks an eyebrow at all of his speech changes.
Oh, don't worry about any of this. I'm trying not to scare anyone away. We've had a large a large burnout ratio in the last few bit. And out of full disclosure, when I mean burnout, I mean the nerve synapses in the brain just being fried. But we're working out the kinks, but we like to have fun here. So if there's any jokes that you have or anything that you'd like to say, you can decorate your chair how you like. You can bring the fun little frills. So, Jenny over there, and he points over to a woman that's deep in a dive. She decorated hers with flowers. We like to have a fun workplace down here. As Give me a human perception check.
A human person? Oh, there we go.
Yeah, human perception here.
That's a 5.
This guy seems perfectly rational.
I trust him. Alrighty then. Where should I get started?
Like I said, pick a chair. Number 2 has the highest burnout rate out of any of the locations. Not sure if that's just due to the chair or the bad luck of the net runners that were in it. Where did you go to school at for your net running? Where were you trained? Oh, don't worry. You don't have to tell us. Don't worry about it. If you live past lunch, you can tell me. As he just gives a large, like just shit-eating grin.
All right.
A singular eye twitch. All right, find a chair, plug in, and get to work. Oh, by the way, your responsibilities, I almost forgot. Might be why we have a high burnout rate. So your job is to, you're going to keep an eye out for any suspicious activity. There may be a potential that there may be some rogue AI or black ice that does not belong in the server, finds its way in. So that might be your responsibility to, fight it off. Just, we like to have fun. So if you're gonna burn out, just shoot us a text. Give us a last joke to laugh at. I mean, yeah, we like to have fun here.
Okay, then, just gonna go and choose the chair that's not the second chair.
Okay. So you find a chair, lay down, plug in, and we'll move over to our next person, which is Dr. Mel.
And that was amazing, Ken, by the way.
Yeah, that was amazing.
It takes a special kind of person to be a net runner in Night City in this time frame, and one that has done it made a career out of it.
I feel really bad for Z.
I listen, if Audie was a netrunner, I would kill to be in that position. You have no idea. God. I love him. I'm calm.
All right, so Dr. Mal, you have just made it past the oversharer, and
Yeah. So I do have an important note.
yes.
Every couple floors, like not like crazy often, but like, so we're on floor 10, getting up to floor 32. Probably every like 6-ish floors. Mal like goes, give me just a moment, and like, just like stops to like breathe, because like, this isn't a man used to climbing 30 flights. And like, it's very clear this is not a man. Like, he's already sweating, like he's struggling for it. And he'll just like put his hand on the wall. So as he like goes to get his breather. As a side note, Mal does have the tactile boost cyber implant. So when he does put his hand on the wall, he senses everyone moving within 20 meters.
Okay. So you get a sizable amount of movement on some floors, more than others.
Yeah.
Others feel like they could be empty, close to where you're looking.
Okay. The idea being there with the brain dance, somebody being able to like slowly go through that information, they might be able to map out some hallways that people are walking through. But he makes it past the oversharer eventually.
Okay.
And then from there, he's going to stop like opening random doors and like looking through them and then checking the number. Like it's very like, he'll like go up, look at the number, and then keep going up until he gets to the floor he's supposed to be.
Okay. So you eventually get up to the floor that you're looking at, as it's been an effort to climb this many stairs. Your legs are burning. Your lungs are burning a bit, but you do get up to the area. As you see, you find yourself at a security checkpoint there's a man that's just sipping on some coffee at this point, just sitting there just relaxing at the desk. And when he sees the door open for the to the stairs, you see him sort of blink at the audacity that someone took the stairs here. And you probably are the first person he's seen come up these stairs in probably a long time.
Yeah.
To the point he shakes his head as you see him set down a data pad that definitely wasn't a news article or some sort of website they should not be on at work hours. Name, position, and did you come up all the way up those stairs?
Yeah, give me just a moment. He like again trying to get a breath in, and then finally, Maya Martinez, lab tech, new. Yes, stairs, elevator bad.
He just sort of looks you up and down. Maya, huh? All right. So and he looks at the data pad real quick, looking up your name. Says you're about 10 minutes late for your shift. Dr. Lee is just around the corner, second door on your left. You will have to put your thumbprint in, and it'll let you in. You don't have any cyber hands or anything, right?
He holds up his two meat hands and also his two cyber hands raised as well.
All right, make sure you use the meat hands and the one that should be on file for you. If that doesn't work, sometimes it gets a bit glitchy with new hires. Come back and let me know.
Okay. And he will like stop, seem to think, and then nod, and then go forward.
Okay. So you follow him.
He's actually gonna try the first door on the left.
Okay. You try the first door on the left. You put your thumbprint to it as alarms start sounding in the area.
And then as soon as he does that, he looks back and goes, "Okay, sorry, I was still trying to breathe." Did you say first or second door?
The second door, and it's fine.
Fuck.
You see him hit a button, and the alarms stop as he just leans into a radio on his vest.
Yeah.
Sorry, false alarm. New hire, wrong door.
He'll move to the second door.
Second door, you put your thumbprint on as the alarm sounds again. The man looks back. New hire again. Don't worry about it. I got it. Presses the button. The alarm shuts off again. Meanwhile, back at the security booth real quick. We'll get back to what's going on in a second. But you guys just see the security alarm just pop up in that sector on the booth where you guys are at. But back to Dr. Mal there in a second. Or back to Dr. Mal. The guy comes over. Thumbprint not working?
Yeah, it's not working.
Alright, here, follow me. And he leads you back to the booth there for a moment that he was sitting at. And here's the scanner here. I'll update your file. Maybe it was a bad read or something like that. Did you get any surgery on your hands recently? I know sometimes that can cause it.
I did actually need to get some surgery on my hands recently, yeah.
It could be that maybe you got your prints done before that happened, and
I think I did,
so
yeah.
here, let me just update your file here, and he pulls up the his computer, and you see there's a little thumb scanner right there. As you push your thumb down onto it, you see the old thumbprint that's there.
Mhm.
Is that of a very delicate woman's hand
Mhm.
of a thumbprint? And then come up to yours, which is sizably larger.
Yeah.
He doesn't seem to pay any attention to that. Just updates, and you see it override the previous thumbprint. All right, you should be good. Tell Dr. Lee, tell Dr. Lee that you got held up here, and she should be a bit more forgiving for you being late.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I'll cover you this one. She seemed like a good person, Maya.
Yeah, I'm just having a rough day.
I mean, you came up 37 flights of stairs. I bet you're having a rough day.
I think I'm just gonna have to get over my fear of elevators.
Might
I'm not
be.
doing that every day.
Hey, great way to stay in shape, though. As he just sort of slaps you on the back.
Yeah, I'd rather build up to being able to do that. So maybe I just need to deal with my fear for a little bit as I get some workouts done. You have a good one, and Maya will move on to where they're supposed to go.
All right, so you head back, and the door open. The thumbprint this time works quite quickly for you as the door slides open. As you see, there is a woman seemingly in her early 40s with short black hair and very sharp, angular features. She has a small frame, but she carries herself with confidence and poise. You see, she has a pair of rimmed glasses that sit just on the tip of her nose as she very intently studies her notes and research findings. You see, there are several other lab techs in the area that are at different microscopes or different computer terminals doing different work. But she definitely has the air of someone who's in charge. You see that she's wearing a white lab coat over a business casual outfit with very sensible black shoes. As the door opens up, she looks up at you. You are 12 minutes and 37 seconds late. You must be Maya?
Yeah, I got held up out there. I don't know if you heard all the alarms.
Yes.
I'm having a rough day.
Sounds like it. Well, it'll be fine for your first day. So, Maya, your file is a little lacking right now in a few details. What was your area of study? Again, we had a glitch in the system, it looks like, and we lost some data points.
Largely biology, just it's mostly what I majored in was biology, but I have an interest in. I've taken many classes on almost everything. I've got a bit of a knack for it.
Okay. Well, I'll have a more appropriate assignment for you tomorrow when you get here on time. But as of right now, we have had some mishaps last night for our night crew. And some of these rooms need some sterilization. So if you can work on the clean rooms, make sure to not hit the... Well, if you want to make your job easier, hit the red button, but don't go into the room. The incinerator will start, and you'll just need to simply clean up the ashes.
They nod.
She just sort of nods, and she points off in the direction and where she wants you to clean.
All right, he'll do that. He'll probably use the. Actually, he won't use the incinerator. He's going to clean up the mishap individually, and he's going to be trying to figure out like what they were trying to do. And as a thing to help with that, by the way, I do have a chem analyzer, so just by being able to smell it, I'm able to tell what the makeup was.
Okay. We'll get to that shortly.
Mhm.
All right, panning back to Yui and Lou at your... You get to back up to the second floor with the security booth. As you see, there is larger man who definitely, I don't want to say has the mall cop build, but definitely seems to be a bit more portly than someone in this profession should be. As he looks up to you, and you see there's a box of donuts sitting next to him. Oddly enough, the exact same box of, or the exact same from the exact same bakery that you stole the donuts from the guy in the sewers, or not the sewers, but the subway.
The question is, how many donuts remain, and what style are they?
There's about six of them. Some have sprinkles, nuts. There's a chocolate long john left as well. The man looks up at you.
I'm eyeing them donuts up for sure. Oh, hey, what's up?
Hey, you're the new recruits.
Yes, that would be us.
Good to meet you. Good to meet you. As you see, behind him there is a large panel of security cameras. Not like the little screens that show all the security cameras throughout the building, and there is a lot of them. This booth is sort of sequestered back into an alcove in this area, so the security screens can't be seen from just walking past. And they have a security glass sort of half wall coming down from the ceiling to prevent any potential onlookers that do get too close, like if anyone comes to the booth to ask questions, from seeing any of them.
Oh.
But
that could be a good thing.
So,
Victor Vega, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Who's your friend there?
Name's Yui. Or, my real name is, I guess I should give my real name for the sake of the job. Sorry, what channel is the thing in? Sorry, someone was outside my house, and it was really distracting me.
It's me. I'm out there with a knife.
I believe it's in notes, all of the names.
Marco Ramirez is my name.
Marco. Good to meet you both. I'm, name's Leonard. And, yeah, I'm, well, they like to call me up at the security booth, or main security hall, the couch cop of, the building, but, I take this job with pride, you know. If it wasn't for me, half of them wouldn't know what to do or what's going on. So, good to meet you both. If you want to familiarize yourself with the control panel over there for the cameras, and start to learn the layout there. They're all organized by sector of the place, and you have certain passwords to get into certain places as well if you need be. 2, 3, 4. Who did we lose? Oh, we lost.
I always like to do my best at my job. I take pride in things. Is there a manual we can study, perhaps?
Yeah, I got that second drawer on the desk there.
Fantastic. Always want to be up to snuff on the tools you're using.
That you need to be. That's a good thing. Helps
I'm definitely
out.
going to go retrieve that. I'm going to retrieve that manual as soon as I have an opportunity, and when we sit down, I'll start reviewing that.
Yeah, so the manual is generally an overlay of what the controls for the system are, what codes lead to what are the different callouts for you to call out over the radio if certain emergencies happen, just to not panic the general staff or any visitors in the building at the time. As you're trying to read, you see up on the 37th floor an alarm goes off twice in quick succession, and a voice calls over. New person, don't worry.
Is
Got
there
taken care
is
of.
there a camera with is there a camera with Mal in there?
Yeah, so
Like fucking up.
as that happens and the alarm goes off, the camera that is most relevant to that does flash to show that the alarm is going on that one.
That's awesome. I'm gonna repress a laugh. Kind of give Yui a side eye.
So Yui, what are you doing while you're here?
I'm gonna start just like looking through the cameras and just make note of where, if I can see her too, where she's at. Sort of keep track of where they both are while we're in here, in case we need to get to them quickly.
Okay.
And then other than that, I'm just gonna keep flipping through and see if I see anything relatively interesting.
Okay.
Definitely reaching for a donut. Probably if there's like one with nuts on it, I'll take the one with nuts on it.
Cool. Yeah, Leonard looks at yeah, help yourself. Yeah, I already had a couple of them here. It is absolutely fantastic bakery in Japantown. Stop there every morning on my way.
Well, that's a nice perk of the job then.
Yeah, and the good thing is they last long enough where you don't need to worry about them going bad while you're sitting here.
Lou's gonna give a glance to Yui and be like, yeah, I'm sure expiration is an issue.
So are you like our
Whoa.
supervisor, or you just work here with us, or how's...
Well, for the day, I'm your supervisor. You'll have a different supervisor depending on what your location is. Generally, though, definitely though, Captain Garcia is the head honcho here. Whatever she says goes, and we're gonna have to listen to what she says. But you'll have some as you guys are the fresh meat here. You'll have to defer to most people that have rank over you here.
So how do you like Arasaka? How do you like working for him?
Hey, I got better food than 90% of all the schmucks out here in Night City, so that's a positive. It's not and it pays well, and the benefits are, well, I don't have to worry about my children having an education or whatnot. As long as I work here, they're set for life. Not much of a retirement package, though. Not only great. Definitely a poor non-compete clause, too.
Really?
Yeah, it's one of those things. It's to prevent corporate espionage, they say. One of those, we know too much, and part of working here is they have full control over, or not full control, but full access to our bank accounts and the like. So if we were to get terminated for something fishy, part of the hiring agreement is they can freeze the accounts and take that money back until a court of arbitration determines whether or not you were in the clear or not. But do your job and the like, and they take care of you. I can deal with a few minor inconveniences.
to know.
As long as we don't have anyone crazy like that Johnny Silverhand come through and blow up another tower.
Not a fan of Johnny, are you?
Well, not particularly. I was actually hell.
I'm gonna
That
start recording, but discreetly.
yeah, that was actually my first job posting. Was at that tower.
What do you remember about that day?
Well, actually, luckily, I actually got really sick and had to take my appendix that day, so I wasn't at the tower that day.
That's lucky.
Yeah, really glad.
Above table, what was the whole Johnny Silver hand thing? I'm not aware of that background.
So, Johnny Silverhand, for a bit of a lore drop here, he actively took a micro nuke and brought it staged a riot outside of Arasaka headquarters by starting a show, infiltrated into the Arasaka tower, and then detonated the micro nuke in the elevator shaft.
If you have your copy of the core rulebook, you can I think it's like the first 10 pages
yeah.
or something.
Yeah, they have
Okay.
a brilliantly written section in the handbook about that history.
Like it's never fade away is like the
Yep.
chapter or something.
Okay.
And that is
I'll pick it up.
and that is the reason why it is the time of the red, because that explosion left a reddening in the sky over Night City for many, many years due to the radiation that it caused.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I mean, I much prefer working here. This tower's a lot shorter and, out of the way, probably safer. But, damn, there was this one shop just around the corner. It was great for lunch. It was a slurp shop. Best noodles around. Don't have anything like that around here. By the way, guys, Jask had to dip, unfortunately. Dr. Mal did, just due to health issues, so they have had to step back. So they'll be back next week, though. So
No worries. Hope all is well.
But yeah, that's sort of very grateful that my my body decided to hate me that day. But made it so my little girl still has a dad, but I felt bad I lost a good couple friends there that day.
Yeah, it was quite a tragedy. Yeah, there's a lot to learn here. I'm gonna keep studying and learn the layout. It's best to be familiar with your environment.
Yeah, it definitely does. Please do that.
Could you walk us through these cameras and tell us the corresponding areas within the facility that?
And he'll start going through, listing off all the sectors, all the different floors. He doesn't have exact knowledge of what goes on a lot of the floors, just what their general labels are. Because he is not in the need to know basis for some of the information that is going on there. A lot of the experimental floors, like the lab tech floors, are labeled as just experiment classification 1, experiment classification 2. There is some sort of hierarchy in classification that between what he says in the handbook, you can gather is based on the riskiness of the experimentation.
You're still recording, I hope.
Yeah,
All right.
but just audio.
Okay.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, we would just dig in and try to learn. I think become sponges.
Okay.
Am I able to
Can
talk
shift.
to Lou like through our agents without Lawrence hearing us, or
Yeah, you can shoot messages back and forth that way. Yeah.
I'm trying to get this guy to spill some of those political ideologies that she was saying. This might be a little easier for the only two in here.
You want me to take a walk?
No, I meant if it was just me and you in here, it might be a little easier to
Oh,
snooping. Trying to
yeah.
get some dirt on him so I can report him and then get him out of here.
I gotcha. So we can. There are areas where we can see our teammates if they're
Yeah, you can
in cameras. Or...
you can absolutely see all of your teammates on cameras at this point, except for Audie, who is no longer on
Oh, okay.
on site.
Campus. Yeah. Well, I think I'm good for now. So I don't want to dig in to his personal stuff any more than you already have. I don't want him to feel like he's being interrogated. If you want to switch to somebody else, that's good.
Okay.
As far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, we'll pan back to that. Back to you, Audie.
Yeah. Let's go.
So you're in the Delamain, just sort of riding along, as the Delamain is one of the few true AI that have still been retained in Night City even after the fall of the internet. The AI is just the Delamain is like, so Miss
Lily Lee.
Lily Lee, is it? Where are you going?
Oh, I'm heading to the coffee shop to get Mr. Alexander Harrison's order.
I see. Do you know what his order is?
She didn't tell me, did she?
She did not.
Yeah. I'm afraid my supervisor left that information out. Would you know?
Let me ponder my database for a moment.
Thank you so much.
It's quiet for a moment. According to my databases, we have had 4 trips in Delamains to this same coffee shop. Each time has a different order. The first one is a chai tea latte with 4 pumps of espresso.
We're doing an audio recording for that.
2 scoops of sugar, and the next order is simply a black coffee, nothing else. The third is what is only known as the Cybercharger, which the Public Health Authority tells me I must give a disclaimer that this is not healthy for anyone to consume. And it is the entire cup full of espresso shots.
Wow! It seems like Mr. Harrison likes to keep it varied.
And the fourth order was a vanilla bean latte.
Which one was most recent?
Let me see, calculating. All of them have been taken place over the last month. According to databases, none of them are still with the company.
I see. This is okay. It's rough because I know what's going on here. This is absolutely the other lady. Yeah. Okay.
Would you like
So we know what he doesn't like.
Would you like me to call Miss Tara for you and ask for the order?
Oh, yes, please.
All right. As you hear the telltale sound of a phone ringing, and then you hear Tara's voice over the loudspeakers in the car. Hello, did you forget something?
Oh, yes, ma'am. I wasn't quite. I don't think I remembered the order.
Oh, you don't remember it.
I could have sworn you told me, but I guess I just forgot.
Well, incompetence is something that is not needed in the job description, but we will discuss that at a later time.
Of course, yes, ma'am.
It was, and she's gonna rattle off what is known by a lot of coffee places as a dirty hippie, which is a chai tea latte with espresso shots.
Yeah. I think we're still recording, so all of this would be sent to the rest of the group, like it makes any sense to them, which I'm really glad about. Would you like me to pick you something up as well, Miss Tara?
Sure.
What would you like?
I will take one black coffee, please.
Okay, thank you so much, Miss Tara.
You're welcome. Clock's ticking.
Yes, ma'am. And I assume the Delamain will hang up.
Yes, the Delamain does hang up. We are arriving at our destination shortly. As you feel the car start to slow and you find yourself outside of a coffee shop.
Yeah. Oh, I think we're about to reach our next problem here. I assume I was allocated funds for this, or was I not?
You were not.
Oh boy. So here is our game plan. Does it look like there's any, like... God, this is about to sound so mean. But, like, at this coffee shop, is there some, like, huddled over, kind of nervous-looking person, probably working at their desk? You know what I mean? Like somebody who isn't used to people flirting with them?
Yeah, so at the coffee shop, the Neon Brew, you sit there and you see that it's a mixture of there's a coffee bar, and then there is like an internet cafe sort of thing where people are sitting and working on computers and the like. You do see there is what looks to be a nervous looking man, relatively moderately decent looking, just very nervous, bit pale skin, doesn't look like he's seen the sun. This might be the first time he's seen the sun in a few days.
So we're definitely going to go hit on him to see if he can buy our order for us.
Hello?
Hi!
You're way too chipper for this early in the morning.
Yeah, it's just my disposition. You
That's unfortunate.
Really interesting.
Interesting? What makes you say
like in
that?
a good way. I don't know. I mean, you're kind of handsome.
Kinda? That sounds...
Well, I just
As
think
you
if you
see,
came out of your shell more.
You should smile more.
Yeah, basically.
You see, he's at that weird spot where it's definitely attention from a female that he has not received in a long time. But at the same time, it's sort of gaslighting, sort of compliments, and he's just... you see the hamster wheel running in his head and not having a very easy time putting two and two together with it.
I don't quite know how to, like, as a person. I'm sure Audie knows how to continue this conversation,
So
but I don't. But please. What would you want me to roll?
Let me see here. Let me pull up.
If I could argue for something for myself, either persuasion or personal grooming, but that's what I would argue for myself if I was allowed to have my way. Okay.
Personal grooming is a good one.
Yay! All right, that is going to be a. Oh God, I don't know. That's a 16.
16. He just sort of, uh, well, you seem like you might be interesting to talk to. At least, might be a good character in the book. Can I get you a coffee and we can talk?
Oh, well, I actually have to get back to work really quick, but how about this? I give you my agent, and we can catch up later if you don't mind still giving me that coffee. It'll be, how about this? For the coffee, any questions you want, completely honest.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Go ahead and get that. Um,
I will shoot Audie like 500 eddies just in case.
oh, thank God. Now I can buy both. Cool. Yeah. So we'll use his freebie to get Tara's free one,
Okay.
and then Yui's money to get Mr.
Yeah.
Harrison's.
Yeah, it comes out to be like 20 eddies
Yeah. Okay.
for the coffee. For the
Because
coffee.
I can hear her right at in just like.
Yeah, she's been broadcasting all of this to you guys.
Yeah, you're right. She's forgotten to turn it off. It's very oddie. Yeah. Okay. Once we're gone, we've got it. We're done. We do give him our agent, but we're never calling back. It's done.
Yeah, I have an internal agent, so I get all this without having to react to anything.
We'll head back to the Delavane.
Okay. You head back to the Delamain easily enough as the Delamain. She's like, "Do you have your order?"
Yes, sir.
What would you prefer? As I assume we start going back.
I simply am Delamain.
Okay, so it would be yes, Delamine?
Sure.
Okay, yes, Delamine.
As an AI, pronouns are something that do not exist for me.
That
Any
makes
that you choose
sense.
to use would be sufficient if it helps your rationale or language acquisition.
I see. Thank you so much.
You are welcome. As he starts driving, you realize first and foremost, there's not a single cup holder in this Delamain.
That's fine. Audie will hold on to it. You know, like the same way you kind of like you hold them both with one hand and then you hold the top of the lid with the other.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's held a lot of alcohol drinks in her life. This is nothing.
Okay.
Absolutely nothing.
So, we're going to pan away from you for a moment. Ziri,
Yes.
you are in the basement. You have plugged into the net as you find yourself looking at a very interesting net architecture around here. You see, first and foremost, you are given an access token that allows you to go through the architecture unhindered, and it's not the best architecture that you've seen. It's very well made. However, the problem with it is that there are what looks to be fuzzy edges according to or in some floors that are connected to and the insanity of this is the actual internet that has been cut off by Netwatch, that is rampant with dangerous AIs and demons. And there, the black ice is the toughest, as it is designed to do combat with these AIs that are attempting to get through. You see the biggest point. This is a 7th floor net architecture here.
I see. Um,
And as you sit there, you see a representation of something appear next to you. It appears to look like that of a very large, almost Garfield-esque tomcat. Oh, good to see you plugged in there, eh? Oh, don't worry about the appearance. This is just my avatar. It's me, Benjamin.
um, nice to see you again.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure you didn't like walk off into some of the fuzzy areas where we have some we do battle here every day. We like to have fun here, and it's a great way to stay mentally in shape.
Okay.
So, would you like a
Uh,
tour of this area? I can definitely show you where everything's at, and sort of where some
Yes.
areas to avoid.
Yeah, sure.
All right, all right. For a netrunner, you seem pretty timid.
I mean, it's not every day you meet someone with a cat avatar.
That is very correct. I try keeping it cute and cuddly because like we like to have fun here, and this is less threatening than Alice, who was in the other chair there. She for some reason she chooses a giant insect person. Like I don't get that one at all, but like each their own. Uh,
Hmm. That is an interesting choice.
yeah, I mean to each their own. But it's it's doing we like to have fun here, so it's like whatever you want to choose as your avatar, go for it. Uh, so what you see here is we're on the ground floor right now, and this is essentially just our basic access control point. Uh, you for here you have to show your authentication chip, and that'll allow you to get entry to the lower levels of the net architecture here. Uh, Following through as he leads you through a firewall program that doesn't even bother you due to having the access token. So this room here controls all of our security servers. Uh, all of those cameras and everything that the security guards are watching, and all the fun alarms and everything. This is the floor that controls all of that. As such, this is one of the few ones that aren't connected to other places. This is just a firewall for our security. It monitors incoming and outgoing traffic for suspicious activity and blocks unauthorized access here. Now, if you'd follow me as he sort of just hops through what appears to be a large paper shredder into the floor.
Huh? A paper shredder into the floor?
So he jumps into what appears to be a very large paper shredder embedded into the floor. And you see him pass through it.
I guess I'll follow.
All right. And so you jump in and you slide through. You feel your data rearranging and then reassembling itself on the next floor. As he just sort of, hey, you jumped through it. I usually have to come back up and get the new hires, but so that was our shredder program there. So if anyone's unauthorized tries to go through, it'll do its best to remove and delete them from the server. Great for other net runners or any AI that is trying to get out through that has busted through. It detects and initiates a traceback as well to the source of the attack. So if, say, someone from the outside tries to get in or hacks in from an unauthorized node, it'll fry their brain and send a trace back to where their body is, so the cleanup crews can take care of that. But if you have the token, you're all good.
Okay.
You would be surprised how many brains we fried with that thing. Not ours. Well, there was that one time where someone's authentication token expired and they forgot to reset their password.
I'm sorry, what?
So you know how they always ask you to like reset your password every so often?
Yes.
Well, they reset their password during their shift, and so when they started their shift, it was still on their old password. They were able to get into the program. However, while they were logged in, their password expired and they had to reset it, but it did not send the notification to them. So that deactivated their security clearance token, and they jumped through the shredder to get down to further floor. And well, we had some burnout.
Good to know. I'll be sure to keep on top of that.
Yeah, please, if you have to reset your password, please do it before or after your shift.
I'll be sure to remember that.
But that was a wonderful funeral. They played a great amount of good music there.
Uh-huh.
As you see the giant tomcat just sort of look off into the distance, its eye slightly twitching, before going back to the business at hand. All right, so please, if you would follow me. So the floor that we're on right now, we are on the fourth floor here, and this contains a killer program. So this is our last ditch effort for if any of the AIs get through from the lower levels, and also if any AI or any divers decide to get somehow bypass our shredder, our killer black ice will attempt to do the job that it's programmed for. It's and he just sort of points to you see in this area, it appears to be a gladiator arena for the most part. You see this giant hulking, looks like a teddy bear, shackled and chained to a post. That's the killer there. It's all for show there. It'll break the shackles when it's needed, and just start trouncing anyone. We like to keep everything fun and cuddly here because we like to have fun here.
I've gathered that.
Oh, and it is hilarious to watch a giant teddy bear beat the living daylights out of an AI infiltrator. Wonderful, wonderful entertainment.
Yes, it sounds like it.
All right, so follow me as he just sort of keeps walking. And you find yourself in a room that seems to be a desert. And you see the sand is shifting quite uncomfortably all around this place. Don't worry about the sand shifting. That's just our worm program. When I designed this one, I was really into Beetlejuice, and that one scene with all the sandworms. Oh, that was. So if you see the worms, they're gonna look like that. Yeah, the worm program we sent it out to infect other systems, potentially causing a widespread security breach. If anyone gets down this far, or if any AI come here, we can trace back the AI to where they originated from in the web, which is interesting. We don't get a lot of people that have the chance to go into the web here, so it's a perk of the job as a netrunner. I get to explore the vast unknown.
Yeah.
As you see, as he does that and does the sort of the fist pump, you see an Indiana Jones style hat just appear on the head of his cat avatar. Now, also here, we do have our first. We call it the fuzzy wall, as he points to what appears to be a sort of shimmering reflection in the skylight of this area. That is an access point to the net, and this place, it is dangerous. That Bart Moss did a number when he took down the web, but for scientific purposes, we still have an access point here on the 7th floor that allows us to do some deep diving into the net and try to delve up some old secrets that have been lost to time. And following me, and the room just blurs as you find yourself in a room like a kennel full of look like bloodhound dogs, all in different cages all throughout the area. Now this is our sniffer floor, so if anything happens, we can and the worm can't find where it's gone. These are our sniffers. They will go out and they will find where we're going to. This is the 6th floor, by the way. Hopefully you're keeping up. And follow me. And he goes. The room spins again as he flips you guys to the 7th floor. Now, this one is where we keep our army. As you see, this one is completely full of black ice programs that are designed to be extremely aggressive and lethal. This also controls all of the security terminals, like our hidden turrets all throughout the building, that security can manually control at their desks. But for here, we can override them. So say someone above ground does a infiltration into the building and starts to override on their end and starts using turrets to mow down our security forces. Hasn't happened, but it's an eventuality. I mean, a possibility. We can override those from them and turn the table and potentially saving a lot of people. And yeah, it's just a lot of fun. So that concludes the tour. Do you have any questions there?
I don't believe so.
All right. Well, your job today is you're going to be sitting here and you're going to be monitoring these portions, just sort of hanging out in the desert, watching things. Make sure the worm doesn't eat anyone that it's not supposed to, and make sure no AI come out.
Okay. Simple enough.
And in the case that AI come out, please set a ping before you die. I mean burnout. I mean, if you can, to the rest of us, and we will do our best to help defend you.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind.
And if you can, please send a GIF in it. We love to have fun here.
Okay.
All right, okay, bye. And his avatar just logs out of the system, leaving you alone in what appears to be a large biker bar full of very dangerous black ice programs all throughout here on the 7th floor.
I'm gonna leave the 7th floor away from the scary looking black ice.
Okay. You go back to the 5th floor with the desert with the worm?
Yes.
Okay. And so we pan away from you guys as I'm panning back to Yui and Lou. At this point, you guys have spent a good chunk of the day just sort of talking with this individual, watching the camera. This is just idle chatter, and eventually it does get to the point where the man starts to broach the subject of the erosion of civil liberties in Night City. He's like, so, how y'all feel about them coming after, alright, for fully automatics that they banned recently?
Damn travesty. It's an
I
injustice.
think only the corpse should have them, really. Ones that keep it safe, the ones that run the country well, those are the ones that should have them.
I mean, that's a fair viewpoint, but I'll be damned if I let them take my fully automatic Militech Hurricane. Paid my own cash with that.
Did you bring it in? Is it here? I'd love to see it.
No, I don't have that here with me. I have to keep that in hiding. It's illegal to have now in Night City.
True enough.
God forbid I want to take my rightful purchase out from my God-given right to go out to a gun range and just unload all my worries away. No government has to get in my business and say that I can't have that, or I have to decommission it to be a single shot. Bullshit.
I understand your feelings on the matter. I do have to agree a little bit with Yui, or I forget your name, Marco. It depends on whose hands the guns are in, but yeah. So, what else is exciting around here? When does it get exciting? Just while away your hours staring at these screens. Tell us about things that have happened before, or whatever that might have uh, given you something to talk about. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, not supposed to talk too much, but we did have there was a few months ago, down in the basement, the lurkers, I don't know what they did, but all of a sudden the turrets turned on all throughout the building and had to fight for the override. There was a sizable amount of downsizing that day.
Yeah, interesting. So, have you had much opportunity to be a unsung hero up here in the booth?
Oh, I went through and I shut down a few turrets up here and helped keep some people safe. But the brass won't tell us what happened down there. I think one of the lurkers hit the wrong button and decided, or finally went psycho and decided to, hey, I'm gonna take out as many people as I can there, and well, try doing their best. And yeah, we damn near lost almost all of our lurkers that day. Only one that survived was that Benjamin fella who's the head lurker.
Wow, that's a lot of losses.
Yeah, it feels like we're always going through
Hard.
them. I'm always have to vet background checks and all that bullshit.
That's a slog, huh?
Like, what do they think I'm qualified for to say if a net runner is qualified to do the job? Hell, that's probably why we have so many frickin' deaths down there, is because I don't know what the hell I'm looking at on a resume for a lurker. They just have
Fair
me.
point.
They just have me okay security clearance and say, "Is this a good? Do you feel this is a good candidate for the job?" And I'm just like, well, I can tell you they don't have anything sketchy in their background, but like I can't tell you if they're a good fit for the job. But they hire them anyways.
Yeah, it must kind of weigh on you a little bit. That's a lot of responsibility.
I have my vices that keep me sane. As let's just say, I'm the sole factor that the liquor store nearby my apartment stays stays open.
You'd think Arasaka would only be hiring the best of the best, not whatever they could get.
They're doing something down there, and I'm not sure what. But what's that? I can't say. All I know is that they need bodies, and feels like it's a baptism by fire down there. Now, have you heard? Now, what's your thoughts about cybernetic augmentation? As he's going to start going off on a different tangent here. Going off of another political tangent. But
Just let him talk,
Why
man.
don't you tell us your thoughts on it? Yeah.
well, I feel that there's a large. I believe them cyberpunks are the reason that it's a new form of class warfare. I tell you. You got them military folk who've spent who've sacrificed life and limb. They come back and they get some good work. They get some good quality cyberware. They deserve it. They fought for their country. But then you got these others who just want to chip in, replace their meat with whatever they can slap in. And then you have those who need it, can't afford it. And they sit there and they're the ones who suffer the most. And then they have to sell their soul to be corporate drones to any of them companies that aren't as stand up and business-like as Arasaka, and become just. And then they have to sell their soul to their corporate employers who have direct control of all their cyberware. So if they ever leave the company, they can just be shut down and repoed just like that.
Well, if you excuse me, I need to use the restroom.
All right, down the hall to the left.
I'm going to go back to where Rodriguez was it, where she was?
I believe it was Garcia, if I remember
Oh,
correctly.
Garcia. My name is Rodriguez.
Yeah.
Or no, my name is Ramirez.
Isabella
Someone-
Garcia. What is the chief of security's name?
Yeah, back to where she was.
All right, so you head back that way, and she looks at you. Aren't you posted? You're far from your post. What's going on? Problems?
It's a little hard to keep it post when what's his name, Lawrence is down there spouting his political beliefs, telling us about his illegal weaponry.
He's on that bullshit again. Damn it! I told him he was on his he needed to be on his best behavior today with new recruits coming. God damn it! Well, if you excuse me, I'll have to have a word with people up the chain. Thank you for bringing that to my attention.
No problem. Just want to make sure the job gets done right.
Appreciate it. With that go-to attitude, you'll go far here, kid.
And now we'll hurry back to the security room.
Okay. As you head back there, I think this is where we are going to take our intermission for the night here, or not night, for the day. We'll be back in about 10 minutes here, guys, and we shall.
Okay.
See you. All right, hello and welcome back, everyone. Sorry about the bit of the longer intermission today, but we are back now, and yeah. So the rest of the day goes by pretty uneventfully. The only big thing of note is that there will be no more further donuts, as Leonard there has been let go by the time the day ends.
Did Tara
God.
like the coffee?
Tara did get her coffee.
Okay, but did she like it? I care.
You did not see her drink it the entire day.
That makes sense. I really like that she just got that for nothing.
But your coffee that you got for the big boss was taken by Tara, and you're not sure if it was delivered or not to Alexander.
Okay.
But the day ends as your shift goes by. And lunch was very wonderful, actually. They had a large cafeteria on the 13th floor with an absolute astronomical amount of food choices. Pretty much any type of cuisine you could think of, there was a representation there, with high quality food as well.
I think I like this gig.
Drop your qualms about working here quick when food showed up.
Yeah, pretty much. Oh, at least it'll be cush while we're here, anyway. Well done, by the way, in those political maneuverings.
Appreciate it. Hopefully they'll give us some breathing room there.
Yeah, well, you know, there's an old proverb. Who's to know what's good or bad? You never know who the next person that comes in might be, because I don't think they're going to promote us to security director on the second day of the job. So there's going to be some other person coming in here. Maybe they're a tight ass, and maybe they're a hard, cold fish or whatever.
I don't know. I can be pretty
Tighter.
persuasive. I think we might. Maybe we'll convince them into letting us.
Where are we at right now?
You guys at this
show in
point,
that room at least.
yeah,
Hmm.
at this point, you guys have left the building. At this point, are either
Yeah.
in the van that picked you or dropped you off on the way back, or wherever you would like to be.
All right. I think Audie's like, it's clear she's listening, but she's almost kind of sat like a doll, kind of sat straight and just kind of smiling. You don't know if there's anything behind the eyes.
Audie, I was thinking it might be a good idea tomorrow to just come in with the coffee. Save yourself some time, because it seems to me like she's just gonna keep sending you out to try and waste your time.
Okay.
Stop on the way there tomorrow.
Thank you for the money.
No problem.
Okay, okay, yeah, okay.
Well, I'm ready for a cold one. I don't know about you guys.
A what?
A beverage, cold, frosty.
Oh,
Yeah.
Wendy's is still open too.
What's that?
We still got Wendy's too.
I
Do
mean,
we can?
so simply due to the fact that there are seashells in the bathrooms in Cyberpunk, I'm gonna say we're going Demolition Man rules, and Taco Bell is the only restaurant that is actually.
No.
Oh my god. What a hell that we exist in.
So,
First time one.
granted, they still have every single food item from all the different restaurants still, so they still have Wendy's that is owned by Taco Bell.
but they probably get your order wrong every time.
Wait, so wouldn't all the Yum Corporation fast food restaurants still be open then?
Yeah.
We need to dive in the fast food lore.
No, for the most part, though, pretty much any restaurant that you want to find is there. I was just making the joke because they do make the joke in the video games in the bathrooms of the seashells as a Demolitions Man reference, and that is a very funny to me reference.
Yeah, I think Audie is just gonna remain surprisingly quiet. She'll go along with whatever the group's doing, though.
Okay.
We're making a Taco Bell run, and then we're going back to our little hideout bar. Is that what we're doing?
So up to you
Seems
guys.
it.
So we didn't have to report daily, right? She said every couple of weeks or something like that, or I can't remember.
She said just report if you have anything worth reporting, essentially. And she would check in on you periodically.
So, did we come up with a name for the bar?
So it was the bloated
Didn't
cow.
you say it was something?
It was really bad.
That's right.
And the bar hasn't
Bloated
been
cow.
the bar hasn't been really used except for a money laundering front.
Hmm. But that's our hideout, so to speak.
Yeah.
Yep.
Cool. Well, definitely lighting a cigar and pouring some tankards of ale or glasses of ale.
Yeah, I'm also good with just saying that we like rest until the next day. I don't have anything specific I want to do.
Okay. I'm good with that.
Yeah. Short of anything that anyone wants to do, we will move on to the next day. So you wake up again, and
I'll be right back.
what was that, Audie? Were you about to do something?
No. I was just saying, yeah.
All right. So you get up in the morning and get yourself going, and yet again the van comes to pick you up from the respective place that you have chosen. And you guys are brought back to the Arasaka Research Labs.
Did we manage to get Audie to come in with the drink already?
Yeah, if you would like.
Yeah.
You do see there is like 12 messages from that individual that you talked to
Yeah.
yesterday that have been all
Absolutely
unread.
ignored. Yeah. Oh, poor guy.
But you guys get back there as you clear the what do you call it, the security checkpoint in the beginning, and this time your jobs are a little bit differently here today. For the most part, Ziri, you're still in the lurker den. There's no really other place for you to go. Lou and Yui, you are placed on the security checkpoint in the front with Captain Garcia. You are under her today.
Okay.
And Audie, you are brought up to the penthouse today
Oh God. Okay.
with Tara, and she's like, "All right," and we will start with you first.
Oh, fear, panic. Okay. Okay. Cool. Yeah. Sure.
So, Miss, what was your name again?
Lee.
Lee. All right, I'll forget it in 5 minutes. So your jobs today are going to be as such. So you are going to be doing scheduling today for all 837 employees here today. I will be giving you a crash course with this. You will have a small desk at the front foyer of the penthouse. Is this something
Thank you so
that
much.
you feel capable of doing?
Yes, Miss Tara, thank you so much for the opportunity.
Wonderful. All right, so please work on that for the course of the day. If you see Mr. Alexander, please do not make eye contact with him. Do not engage him. He is a busy man and does not need to deal with lowly assistants.
Of course, Miss Tara. When will you be available with the crash course?
She just gives you a shark tooth grin.
Mm-hmm.
I'll pencil you in.
All right, Miss Tara.
You do the best you can right now with it. You have your login and your terminal over there to get working. The program is semi-intuitive and will help you. It'll show up any conflicts or anything that pop up.
Okay, Miss Tara, thank you so much.
You're welcome. As she turns on, you hear the clicking of her heels as she walks away back to the elevators.
Mm-hmm.
Leaving
Alright.
you with a very sterile-looking desk with simply just a simple computer terminal on it, a virtual keyboard that is projected onto the desktop, and a trackpad mouse.
Yeah.
Not the tracker.
Not the truck, yeah. Audie hates this, like every part of like underneath this like weird coping mechanism she's got going on, this like doll persona, seething, frothing at the mouth. She's like, I'm not going back! But, in a perfectly placid smile, she's gonna go sit down and start looking at this, but I also think we're gonna start a brain dance as we're looking through this information. And first we're gonna take the time, and Audie's going to do her best to try to understand what's happening.
Okay. First and foremost, give me a deduction check.
Alright. What would that be? That would just be intelligence, right?
So
Because I definitely don't have...
Deduction is under education, so yeah, it would just be a straight intelligence.
Oh, I have an education. I just don't have a deduction. So would you want me to roll education?
No, so it's under the education branch. So this, if you don't have any skill levels in it, it'll just simply be your
intelligence.
Your intelligence stat
cool.
plus a die 10.
All right, let's see. We're absolutely using some luck points. Because as is, that's an 8. Because we have a +3 to our intelligence. I have 7 luck points. I don't know how much I want to use. It's pretty important to understand this, though, so I think we're gonna add... Let me do calculator really quickly. I said it's an 8. What is 8 plus 4? That's 12?
12? Okay.
Yeah, let's do 12.
So looking at this, it's oddly similar to booking a show. And some of the logistics that you are familiar with your actual job.
Yeah.
And so it actually seems, for the most part, pretty intuitive for you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We've still got the brain dance going, so I think we're going to... We're trying to take our time with it, but I think knowing Audie, and I have to play the character at the end of the day, she would be so excited that she figured it out, right? She'd be so proud of herself that I think she would just start doing it in earnest. And I don't know if she would take the time to really survey the information. However, it is a brain dance. People will be able to look through it better later. So she's just very excited about this. I think she for the bit, I think she sends just a message. Who wants to call it? Who wants to call an agent message? If nobody does,
I can do it. I don't
Sure.
know what you mean, but
yeah, I think
Hell,
it's
I
just...
didn't either.
Yeah, just, you volunteer as tribute, it's fine. Just like a very unexplained because you're not gonna get the brain dance from her, I don't think, because I think it just
No, that's
saves
saved.
onto.
Yeah, that's saved onto a file.
Yeah, you just get. I know what I'm doing. That's it. No further context. And she'll do that.
GJ.
So give me, just out of, for shits and giggles, give me a perception check.
Okay. Oh, I accidentally stopped the dice, so I'm gonna have to re-roll it.
Actually, not perception. This is going to be a business check, actually.
Oh boy. Okay.
So yet again, intelligence.
I'm willing to take a 10 for this.
Okay. Did you get a 10 on die, or was it 10 with your modifier?
No, 7 plus 3, because I'm really smart.
Okay.
I got that 3 intelligence.
You notice a name that seems a little familiar.
Oh?
In the scheduling roster.
Mm-hmm.
It is one of your missing inputs friend's not stage name, his real name.
Oh shit, where does he work? Oh, he turned corpo? Fucking gross! But where does he work?
You see on the scheduling the labs.
Labs? Oh, you would. What is he doing there? What? Oh, and Mal isn't even here to do anything about that. Ah! Just for me, I'm gonna write down that Audie absolutely the rage consumes. Yeah, no, that's it. Audie absolutely sends just gibberish Mal's way. I'll probably put it in roleplay for Mal later.
Okay.
Let it be. Does Tara actually ever come by to give me the crash course?
She does eventually. She looks over
good
and
for her.
she sees and she's like, "That's interesting."
Just a big ol' smile. You're right, it was pretty intuitive, miss.
Have you done scheduling before?
Oh, well, yes, ma'am. Like I said, I was an entertainer. You have to book your own shows.
Okay. That makes sense, I guess. And she just sort of, she'll show you a few things that you missed, but for the most part, you did very good with figuring this out.
Yeah. Kara doesn't seem like she'd give me the leeway, but I think I'm just trying to subtly work on wearing this woman's disdain down.
Yeah.
As I'm, asking questions. I'm probably also being like, oh, I didn't notice that. You're so smart, Miss Tara. Just that whole thing,
Yeah.
A little happy parrot.
You can't tell if she's actively upset by this or impressed or just indifferent. She has a very good corpo mask on while she's working.
Yeah. And that'll be that, unless if Tara leaves and the big boss happens to walk by. Because we're definitely not going to listen to her.
We'll get to that later.
Yeah.
All right. So panning over to we'll just start with Ziri right now. So Ziri, you arrive back at in the lurker pit as you see Benjamin smiling at you. It was sort of a half-hearted smile, as there is one less chair filled this morning. As he's just, hey, we got a new chair that opened up.
Were they terminated or?
No, they burned out.
Yeah, I figured.
Yeah, they they just felt like they needed to take a vacation, and cleanup came this morning to gather their things. As you see, he is trying his damnedest to keep a solid smile on his face. And you do see there is a very clear eye twitch still going.
She walks up and like puts a gentle hand, sort of awkwardly patting his head.
And as you do that, he
Comfort.
physically recoils from the human touch.
Oh,
No touchy, no touchy.
sorry. I don't know.
I you almost engaged my Sokka Ninja chip.
I'm sorry. I don't know how to
I'm joking.
Comfort.
Those don't actually exist. But no. It's all good. We're having fun here. It's a good day. It's Alice was a good friend. But you're here. Yay! All right.
Yeah.
So the goals today are to expunge all of Alice's history out of the database. I'm going to have you take care of that because I'm a bit... I have other duties today I have to deal with. A lot of paperwork, you know.
Yeah.
So
I wouldn't want you to have to deal with that anyways. You sounded close.
Yeah, it wasn't like she was my input or output. Oh, I have to do paperwork. You dive in and start scrubbing that net for her.
All right.
Get rid of all the traces that she was ever there.
Oh, okay. I'll do my best.
Please do. As he goes off to a small desk as you start to plug in, you see him just like slam his head on the desk as hard as he can.
Ooh.
In the last moment of consciousness that you have before diving into the net. And the net looks a bit differently than it did the night before. You see that very clearly there looks to be like some sort of incursion has happened here all the way up to the top floor before whatever happened was beaten back down. As you see, there are bits and pieces of data all over the place that definitely don't seem like they belong strewn about the mainframe.
Guess I'll start cleaning that up.
Yeah, you start cleaning up what's left of Alice's psyche all throughout the net in this area.
Yeah.
Cleaning up the code and removing her from the area.
Would there be anything of note to find?
Every time you touch one of them to clean them up, you get brief memories. Like personal memories that rise up across your consciousness as you start to realize that this is very much was actually her that was ripped mentally shred to shred in this place. You see good memories, bad memories, memories of passion, memories of despair, all strewn about. As I'm gonna need a will check here, actually.
Okay. That's a 6.
Roll me 2d6, please.
Oh boy. That's a 3 and a 1. So 4.
All right, so you will take 4 points of humanity loss while doing this, as the cleanup of this is not a pleasant task, as you're constantly being bombarded with other memories of this individual known as Alice that you had not personally met, but due to this cleanup process, you know her better than most people that you've ever met.
Yay!
Panning over to Yui and Lou, You see you see you see the your where did I have it? You see Chief of Security Garcia. She looks like she hasn't slept much over the night, as she is just leaning against the wall of the security booth outside. As she sees you, she's got these deep mirror shades on as she just calls out, "Ah, reinforcements! Good to see you. Good to see you."
Rough night.
Yeah, we had a incident down in the basement last night.
That doesn't sound good.
No, cleanup was there until about 4 in the morning. We had a runner unfortunately lose her life. We had, from what they tell me, something get through the net and did a large bit of damage to her psyche, and she came out of the dive, went up to one of the confidential floors that we did not realize that she had access to, and got into one of the incinerator rooms and turned it on.
Oh, sucks for her.
Run that by me again.
Yeah, so she was diving in the net, doing her job, and something got into the system down there and did something to her head. She left her chair, went up to one of the classified floors that she definitely did not have access to, got into one of the incineration chambers and turned it on while she was in it.
Wow, that's wow.
Yeah, it's don't know what went down in there, but
Yeah, they don't pay those net runners enough, man.
they pay him a sizable amount, but it's a risk of the job. However, Benjamin assures me that he is taking care of the incident. I'm worried about him just simply due to the fact that him and the woman were dating. Her name was Alice. So add to your lists mentally to keep an eye on Benjamin if you're on any of the security cameras or anything. Just for a while. I'm in talks right now of having him put on sabbatical for the time being to get his head in check. But he is refusing at the moment to take a vacation.
Keep an eye on him.
Yep.
Appreciated. But as of right now, today, you're with me, and we are on gate duty. I know they tell me I should be, sitting in a desk somewhere, filing paperwork, but I like to start most of my days honest and doing the basics of the job. I like getting to know all of my employees, and I like to remember where my roots came from. I started very similar to where you are, a lowly security guard, and going from there, it's nice to. I do a few hours of this every day, and then I go back to my office and do all the paperwork that's needed there. But it gives me a chance to see who's coming and going for a little bit and keep my feet and ears to the ground.
I'm gonna shoot a message to Zerv to keep your distance from Benjamin. He's the one knocking out net runners, then that's good for us, but don't get knocked out yourself.
So you get that.
Yeah.
Yeah. She shoots a message back saying, "Yeah, I guess it's that."
So Garcia,
So we just running the metal detector at the front door, or is that it?
so you're at the security gate where all the cars come in right now.
Okay.
Hmm.
And as you're sitting there going, just sitting there watching, you're talking with Security Chief Garcia. She's asking you about your daily lives and stuff like that. Just trying to make a good effort, like to get to know both of you and your pasts. Um, and everything is fine and dandy up until about the 2 hour mark of you doing this job. As you hear an engine roaring, much louder than it has any right to, as you see a truck coming around the corner at high speeds heading towards the gate.
What's with this, boss?
Does not look. As she pulls out a radio, the intercom, and yells for the driver to stop the vehicle and to slow down, but they have no inclination that they're going to do so. She looks over.
Assume,
Oh, go ahead.
sorry, I assume there's some sort of like barricades I can put up to stop it.
Yeah, so as she's literally about to call to you to do that, you find you're at the security council right there. You see that it's very clearly labeled, the anti-car barricades, the turret control, the stuff like that. You have several options here. Like I said, you have the barricades, a turret control. There is even a spike strip that can be deployed out of the asphalt that's down there.
I will wait until the car is like right on top of the barricade, and then I'll deploy it so it sort of like lifts it up and stops it.
All right, give me a. This is going to be let's see here, a tracking check here, to see if you can track when and where this should be, or a deduction. You can choose which one.
Where's tracking?
So tracking is under awareness, and deduction is under education.
I have a +12 for tracking, so I think I'll go with that.
Okay.
Let's see. That'll be a 40.
A 40?
Wait. Let's see.
Did you get a
12
natural
plus-
10?
A 34, actually.
34. Yeah, you see this almost in slow motion. And as you see it right in the perfect time, you slam down that button as the barricades very rapidly and almost like with the sound of a gunshot come up as you see that the truck that came around the corner get stopped immediately, its wheels spinning harmlessly, as it is now roughly about 10 meters away, stuck on the barricades.
I draw my weapon and start yelling to
Close in on the. Yeah, I'm closing in on the driver's door with weapon drawn.
Okay.
What do you want here, Captain?
She's like,
Show me your hands.
get him out, we'll figure out what's going on.
Luce, show me your hands. Show me your hands. Can we see through the glass?
So the
truck?
glass is heavily tinted on the truck here, making it incredibly hard to see
Okay.
through. But the door does open here as you see a man with bloodshot eyes. You see a bit of blood trickling from his forehead from probably where his head hit the dash or the steering wheel when the barricade came up. And you also see a vest covered in plastic explosives.
Oh my God. We got a bomb, boss.
She's like, get back,
Okay.
get back.
Yeah, no joke. Yeah, definitely retreating. keeping a beat on this guy.
As he definitely seems dazed. He's like fumbling for the door, trying to grab the doorknob again as the door has opened. Trying to.
Permission to engage now.
If you can take him out
Hold
safely.
on. You might have a dead man switch or something of the like.
That's a good point. Here, and she's gonna
Do we
toss
see
you.
any?
She's gonna toss you a pistol-like device that looks like it has a semi-radar dish at the end of it.
A microwaver?
Yeah. She's like, see if you can't.
Okay.
See if you can't disable anything that he might have.
Should we roll initiative?
You got it? Me or Will?
And she'll hand one to both of you as well, just to try to keep things a bit. As she calls out, "Good work, Yui, on that barricade." So we're just gonna go. So we're gonna go Lou, Yui. There, and then we're gonna have alright, we're gonna do this. Boom, boom, boom. Alright, Lou, what'd you get for initiative?
I didn't roll. I forget. Do we have a roll 20 for this?
Tailspire for this one. We
Oh,
don't.
we're supposed to do it in Tailspire. Okay.
So you
I
can.
couldn't remember what was going on.
You can also roll physical dice on this one too. So.
I
Does-
got a 9.
Yeah,
All right, a 9.
me. I get to open Tailspire.
Yep, no worries. There isn't a map here, but if you'd like to roll in Tailspire, I have a map pulled up for rolling.
Okay. Space bar. Oops. So that's a 4. And it's handgun, right?
No, this is your initiative here.
So it's 4.
Oh,
plus
I'm
your
sorry.
reflex.
Reflex plus a die 10. Plus
So
speed.
12 for me.
12. All right, and then she's going to do that, and bomb this guy is going to be at the back. All right, so Lou, you are the first to respond here. So the microwaver is a handgun check.
Okay. Handgun is.
Now, are you doing a normal shot, or are you doing an aim shot to try disabling the bomb vest?
Yeah, I would do an aim shot at the vest. Handgun is okay. So that is a 22.
22. All right, yeah. So was that with the -8 with the?
No, that's before the -8.
So 22 minus 8 to 14. How far away were you when you used this? Were you still up close when you opened the door, or?
Depends on how far, because I did say I was backing away.
Okay.
So I would have probably had a full round of backing away, which would be. What's my movement? Second. Move is 5, so probably like 25 meters, I guess.
All right, so you move 5 away. Okay, and then are you moving close before you shoot again? Or are you staying back?
I think I would run probably 3 forward and then take the shot and then move back 2 maybe. So that would be 5. That'd be 10 meters, within 10-meter range, and then
Okay.
jumping back to 20. I don't know if that hit or not. Handgun. What happened to my? What's the BV on that? Could you determine if that hits or?
So 14 at that range will hit, yes, with the aim shot on the bomb vest. As you start to see some of the lights dimming down, they're not all of them, but you see about half the lights on the vest start to dim and blink off.
Okay. All right, that's it for me.
Okay. Next up, Yui.
I will move towards him and try to take a shot as well. Probably a little farther back than him, but I'll use my full movement to get closer to him.
Okay.
I don't know how far away I would be. Like maybe, I guess probably.
You were at the gate when this happened, so you'd be a bit further back from where Lou would be. So you're currently about 30 meters before you move.
Okay, I guess I could probably use my movement to get next to Lou pretty
Okay.
much. So that's 3 plus 13, so 16.
Okay, and
Minus 8. So 8. And I will add. How many do I need to hit him?
so at the range that you're at, it is a 13 DV.
Okay. So I'll use 5 luck points to land the shot on his gear.
All right, so you hit the microwave as you see the remainder of the lights burn out on the vest that he has. You're very
Nice.
you're very positive that the bomb is now technically inert at this point.
Nice job.
Anything else, or Yui? Yui?
Sorry, I forgot I was muted. I'll yell to him to like get on the ground. His bomb's off. Just surrender.
Okay. You see Security Chief Garcia. She comes up behind you guys. She's got her heavy SMG at the ready, pointed at the man, and she echoes your statement for him to get down on the ground. The man stumbles out of the car, crashing to the ground, mumbling something. My wife never came back. You bastard! She worked here. She didn't come home. Just the babbling of just incoherent, but you make out little bits and pieces of some sort of story there.
Was your wife Allison, sir?
No.
Okay. Well,
As he just passes out.
what you've tried to do. Oh, okay, no mind.
Yeah, he passes clean out.
That was easy.
As we're technically out of initiative here.
I guess we would cuff him.
Yeah, Garcia looks at you. She's like, "Let's get this vest off of him and
Take the vest off. Yeah.
we'll get bomb squad out here to deal with the vest." But for the most part, good work, you two. We haven't had anything like that happen in a long time. And she looks
Quick
to you.
thinking with the microwavers.
Yeah, I'd rather not live fire on an individual wearing a bomb vest, because I do not want to be the one responsible for having to tell the boss that we blew a hole in his gate. She looks over to Yui. Good thinking with the barricading. Great timing on that.
Appreciate it.
I was actually about to call out to you to do that, and you were already ahead of me. Good taking the initiative there.
Doing what had to be done.
So let's get this vest off him, and we'll bring him in. We'll bring him in for questioning before we turn him over to the boys in blue.
Okay. She did say the bomb squad was going to remove it, right? So we're just hanging out.
Well,
covering him.
she asked you to take the vest off and just leave it there on the ground, and then
Oh, okay.
have bomb squad come in. Well,
Do I have to make a roll to do it, like demolitions or some shit? Or...
so this is just going to be looking at the vest. It wasn't created to go off when it gets opened. So it looks like you could very easily just... And honestly, when you get closer, it looks like he took a life jacket and just strapped a whole bunch of C4 to it. So you just can unclip the buckles and pull it off.
Okay. Okay.
But Garcia looks to you too. If you would like to escort this individual up to the 5th floor where the main security offices are held, we have a few detainment rooms up there. You can throw him in one of those, and we will get to the bottom of what happened when he comes to.
You got it, boss.
Yet again, good work, you two. I'll have put in a good word for you. As she nods and
Thank
returns, she pulls up her agent and starts dialing out to the bomb squad, and starts having a quiet conversation with them. So you guys are left alone escorting this individual back up to the 5th floor.
Yeah. Do you want to shift to somebody else?
Yeah. So, Audie. Hi.
Sorry, I'm still reeling from the fact that it wasn't Alice and you didn't give me the juicy drama that would have been. I would have had so much fun, but I guess you just live to make me suffer. Also, what is the bandmate's name? Because I would have gotten that.
Yeah, so we had his bandmate's name that we said last week for
Yeah.
the stage name.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to get back to my notes for that one.
I think you chose some really good ones. I just didn't remember, which is my bad. I was just like, oh, they're all really nice.
I think we had Nikki Neon, Vega Voltage, and I think the last one was Electra Echo.
Yeah. So which one was it then?
So you would know that this would be Vega Voltage, and his real name is Gregory Rufus.
Oh, ew, that ruins so much of the mystique for me. I need you to know. She's like Audie's trying to not make a face. Like, oh, I can see why you took a stage name. That's rough, buddy.
As you're sitting there working on the scheduling, just sort of like reeling that you see a name that you've recognized. You see you're sort of broken out of your stupor by a shadow coming across your desk.
Yeah.
As you look up, as you see a very well put together man, very short cropped hair, mostly black, but has that sort of that very elegant salt pepper look, just on the sideburns. And he's got
sideburns. Okay.
He's got like $1 million smile and looking at you that probably was paid for with $1 million.
Oh yeah. No, I get it.
In this day and age, so he's just like, oh, well, who do we have here?
Is Tara here?
Tara is not. Tara is off doing something
Oh,
else.
thank God. Okay. We're gonna give our brightest, most happiest, most peppiest smile back. My name's Lily Lee, sir. It's a pleasure to be of your service.
Lily Lee. Wonderful to meet you, Lily. Are you, I take it you're our new hire?
Oh, yes, sir. And you must be... May I take a guess? If you'd allow me, of course.
Sure, humor me.
Oh god. I know his name. My brain's just still reeling over the fact that you
Mr.
gave me a last name Rufus. Um,
Mr.
would you?
Harrison?
Yeah. I think Audie's gonna lean in a bit more and almost like a playful little whisper, right? Um,
Would you happen to be Mr. Harrison?
I am. It's a wonderful day to meet you. You look oddly familiar.
Oh, well, I'm sure you've seen a lot of people who do their best to look very well for you, sir. I'm sure that's no surprise.
Well, well, I'm glad that we have you here. Our last assistant took a sabbatical and never returned.
Oh, I see.
and
Yeah.
then Audie's gonna like kind of think about it for a bit.
Oh, I'm sure.
This point,
I'm sure yeah, huh?
At this point, you hear the muffled thump of an explosion going off outside as bomb squad
Oh!
detonates the vest that they came out to do.
Yeah, I think that stops Audie from whatever slander she was about to put Tara under. Just kind of like,
Well, I wouldn't want to keep you. Miss Tara said you're awfully busy and I wasn't supposed to talk to you, but you just seem very nice, sir.
Tara said you weren't allowed to talk to me?
Sir.
I'm gonna have to have a word with that woman. She is a bit too protective, if I do say so myself.
Well, you're a very important man. I understand the concern. She wouldn't want you wasting your time with anyone you didn't deem important, but I suppose that's maybe not her place to say? I don't know. Still, though, I am very grateful for this opportunity you've given me, Mr. Harrison, and I'm very excited to get to work with you. If I can do anything at all, please feel free to let me know.
Yeah. Hey, you would happen to be a fan of he leans in a little conspiratorially. There's a your genre is cyberpop, right?
Audie's genre is, yeah. Lily Lee's is supposed to be like lounge singing, I think.
Okay. He leans in conspiratorially. You're not a fan of cyberpop, are you?
Oh, well, I do a lot of I did before I worked here. I did a lot of lounge singing, but I have heard a few pieces. Perhaps one day I could sing it for you if you'd like. I do live to serve.
Potentially. There's this new singer on the scene.
Mm-hmm.
If you could get me tickets to see her, they're sort of hard to get right now. And
Oh, I see.
I'd really like to see this Audie Amps chick that's been playing around town lately. I've heard some of her bootlegs that have come to me, and she's very disestablishmentarianism, but like I dig the sound.
Oh, wow. Well, I'll see what I can do. I do still have a few music contacts. Would you like me to work on that right now?
If you have any free time, please take. don't. If Miss Tara gave you something to do, please stick with that. But
Of course, sir. It's the least I could do, after all.
we're sending. The minute he walks away, we're sending. It's incomprehensible messages to everybody's agent that is the verbal equivalent of a key smash. Just like,
Amazing.
you know, after a second, I think we will compose ourselves and probably send to Yui because Mal isn't here, and unfortunately Yui is now de facto dad. Mr. Harrison is a fan of my work. Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark for forever. Just obscenely long question marks. It's like over half the message.
Okay.
Well, this is good news, but also know how to work around that. Maybe might be better if you get to know him as yourself rather as the worker.
Yeah. Oh god, we're gonna have to dye my hair back and forth. That's so fucking goofy.
Well, I'm saying we might not need you at the office at all if you can.
Oh. Yeah, but how do I get away with that? But that's a later problem. That's a later problem after work. Audie will try to go back to work, but I think at this point she's like, holy shit. What? Why would a corpo like my music? I feel like I'm betraying something. So yeah. She'll go back to doing what she's doing. Maybe if Mr. Harrison comes by, smile, all of that stuff. Try not to do so while Tara's there, but, we just tattled on her, so I think we might be a bit smug.
All right. So you take care of that. Going over to Ziri. Ziri, it's been a long and hard day so far. And at lunch, you come out of your dive for the lunch hour as you see Benjamin just sort of looking really just sort of defeated at the desk.
Is everything alright?
It's yeah, having a great day today. He puts on clearly fake a smile. It's well, it's lunchtime. I'll hold down the fort here if you wanna go get lunch.
Alright then. You take care of yourself. As she walked away.
Yep,
Lunch.
just working on some paperwork because we like to have fun here. You head back to the elevator and take that up to the lunchroom. And at this point, all of you guys are on your lunch break and have the ability to meet up in the lunchroom if you so choose.
Hey, how's it going? What are we getting for lunch today?
Audie's just staring into the abyss. Like, it's that same, permanent little doll smile she has while she's here, but there's just, so much behind the eyes this time.
Zero just.
Who's excited about sushi?
They do have sushi. What was that, Siri?
She just slumps at the table.
Oh, no. Everybody besides Lou and you here having a good day. Audie will just kind of follow after whatever Lou's getting. I don't actually think she eats much while she's here. Despite it being good food, right? Or perhaps because of it, if that makes any sense. Like she just kind of picks at it to be socially polite and then just passes it to whoever will take it.
Yeah. Yeah, the food is fantastic here. It is much higher quality than most high-end restaurants that you may or may not have experienced in your life, and definitely better than the kibble lifestyle most of you have been living for a
Mm-hmm.
hot minute. But you see quite a lot of faces here. The entire cafeteria takes and kitchen area takes up the entirety of this floor.
Oh my god, wait.
As
Oh no. Okay, yeah. Sorry. I just realized.
yeah,
No, I just realized what this all means. If everybody is down here. Oh.
there's a skeletal crew that still runs the business
Mm-hmm.
while the lunch hour is there. Um, but for the most part, yeah. And as you guys are just sort of sitting there, you hear the familiar clicking of heels behind you there, Audie. As the rest of you guys see Tara standing behind her. Oh, hello everyone. How are you settling in the job? I'm personally checking in on all of our new hires at this point.
Oh, well, your input and help has been wonderful, Miss Tara.
Yeah,
Thank
settling
you so
in.
much.
She just rests a hand on your shoulder.
Yeah, we're settling in.
Her very manicured nails that are manicured to a razor sharp tip just
Yep.
gently rest upon your clavicle as she just sort of has her finger. So, I just wanted to say thank you as well. I do believe that thanks are in order for both of you, our newest security. You helped our head of security stop a suicide bomber at the gate. So, big thank you to you two. Much appreciated.
Well, just doing the job, right? That's what you hired us for.
And that attitude will take you far in this industry. Less questions, more doing. And her gaze focuses on Ziri. And how are you? You settling in? I heard about the unfortunate downsizing of your department this morning.
Yeah. It's been a day.
Well, just remember that we do offer certain amenities, such as working out and the like, if you would so choose to do that on your breaks. For a little bit of mental health, those options are available to you. Now, just let me know if there's anything at all that you need more. And as she says anything, she just squeezes your shoulder there, Audie, as you feel
Yep.
the pinprick of her nails very quickly, and then as quickly as you feel them, she moves her hand and you hear the click clacking of her boots as she or her heels as she walks away.
It's for the rest of the group. The entire time this is happening, there is just like, I think Lou has probably seen this expression before of somebody who's very well aware of the situation at hand, but they know that they can't do anything but smile, right? Just this like vacant, detached despondentness.
For real.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Lou is just gonna lean over the table toward Audie and go, "You need to establish dominance. Perhaps you should pee on her purse or something."
I think she just kind of like tilts her head and looks.
You don't know how this all works, do you?
I'm afraid not.
No.
It's a bit beyond the politics of inner office politics eludes me. I'm more of a field politics kind of guy.
My people like that are usually your superiors. At the talent training program, you kind of just have to take it until they give up. You have to smile. You have to do your job. It doesn't matter what they do. Just do your job. Stay alive. It'll be okay. It'll be okay.
I appreciate that advice.
You don't fight back. Not
Yeah,
here.
that's hard to do, but I'm on my best behavior.
At this point, I think Audie is now. She lets it drop a bit to kind of like put her hand in her chin, because she's now looking for goddamn Rufus. I can't believe that's his last name. I've only known his name today, apparently, and it still hurts to know that that's his last name.
You usually went by his stage name, but you've seen it on paper a few times when he
Right?
when he has to sign legal documents.
Oh, Rufus. I'm so sorry.
But you can give me a perception check.
Yeah.
And actually just name this character after one of his friends and just get him like roasted.
It's not. Gregory's a good name. I just can't stand the last name Rufus. It's a first name. First name! That's gonna be, 9. I'm not willing to waste more time. More luck points with that. It's just gonna be a 9.
Yeah, you don't see anything.
Yeah. I think at this point, Audie will not say anything out loud, but through the agent, to probably everyone, if I can. Can I? Like, there's a. Oh, right. I established the group
Yeah.
chat on the agent.
Yep.
So, one of Zero's bandmates works in labs. If he sees me, I'm pretty sure he'll recognize me. He was there when I got my synth skin. Also, his last name is Rufus, and I can't get over that. Separate text. Very important one.
Well, point him out when you find him, and if we need to run interference and block him from seeing you, we can try and help.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, can we maybe pick a table that is tactically less visible?
Put Audie in
for
the corner.
exposure? Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I'm thinking.
Yeah, so you could have picked a table like that. By the way, I just posted in the chat too. The donut shop name was Digital Dough that keeps popping up.
Aww.
Oh, okay.
So at this point, you see you see the security chief come back again, and she looks right to Yui, and she's like, "Can I have a word, please, with you?"
Yes, ma'am.
Follow me, please. As she turns on her heels and starts to walk off. You follow her.
Oh, okay.
Okay. You follow her for a little bit, and she gets to the elevators as you see her get in and hold the door for you.
We're going after her.
Okay. As the elevator door closes, she hits floor 5 to where, her office is. As she looks at you, she's like, "You've been here 2 days, and you've been quite helpful in multiple things."
I like to be helpful.
What is your thoughts on everything that's happened so far since you've been here?
Seems like there's something going on under the base layer.
She looks up to the little security camera that's in the corner. You see the lights not on. Yeah. As she clicks the button to stop the elevator. There's definitely something not quite right here. And I've been trying to get to the bottom of it for a while. I might be able to get up and down through most of the security clearance, but I don't have access to what's going on. especially in that basement. And we have had too many deaths down there in recent history.
Well, through a process of elimination, I think you can take a guess at who's at the center of it.
Yes, it's one of those
Agreed.
It's one of those things that I am not sure. All roads lead to Benjamin, but I have no proof, and he's the one that is actively diffusing the situations. Now, he's worked with us for about 6 years now, and been
Then
consistently.
obviously he's being framed if he's not the one.
Currently, it's
Maybe
just
this.
currently it's just her and Yui right now. She pulled Yui aside.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Nope.
I spaced out and thought I was with them. My bad.
You're totally good. You are able to hear this though, based on the
Oh, okay.
all of the all of the one-way communications that you or two-way communications you guys have out throughout the building, and you can chime in with messages to Yui.
Yeah, I would just ping him with, most likely he's being framed then. If he is actively working against it, either that or just trying to pad the spectrum there, and so he's not as framed guilty.
I assume you run regular psyche valves on your net runners.
We do. His have been progressively getting sizably worse. I wouldn't say that he's. Well, this last bit might have pushed him to the edge, honestly. That's why I'm pushing so hard to get him onto a sabbatical right now, where we can get him the help he needs. But he's got this almost survivor's guilt going, where he is the one that can save everyone else, and so he is hesitant to leave the lurker pit.
I would
You said
message Yui.
groups.
It sounds like he's being controlled by some kind of software or something.
You sent groups to look through his home or anything like that. Could be he's someone on the outside trying to make it look like it's him.
See, we have contacts that have, yes. We've sent private investigators while he's here to search through, as he is in corporate housing, perk of the job. After for gaining a certain period of working here under your belt, but he's clean, honestly. There isn't much at his flat. It's quite almost sterile. Like, he doesn't stay there often. The bed is made every day. We've sent people multiple times there, and just has the
Have you
bare
had him
essentials.
followed once he leaves?
Yeah, even that. He leaves here, goes straight home. From home, he goes straight here. It's almost odd how much of a schedule this man keeps.
You have a suggestion on what you're wanting me to do about it?
Well, you're a fresh set of eyes that he doesn't really know yet. He's familiar with most of them. I get the feeling you and Lou know, or sorry, not Lou, Marcus. Was it Marcus, right? Lou?
Victor?
Victor.
I'm Marco. Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, Victor, yeah.
I have a feeling you and Victor know each other somehow. Outside of this, if you feel comfortable, take him into your confidence with this. I'm gonna post you tomorrow in the lurker pit at the checkpoint down there, both of you. Try to keep an eye on things, please.
Got it. I'll see what I can figure out.
If you find anything, report back. But your main objective is to keep the other lurkers safe down there. If he goes cyber psycho, I don't know what he is capable of, because he does have access to very high level classification stuff in the company, and that knowledge is dangerous.
Thank you for trusting me with this.
Thank you for proving yourself trustworthy so far. If I hear any word of this getting out, though, we'll be having another talk.
Of course.
All right. Sorry for keeping you from your lunch. You're free to go.
No problem. Thank you. Return and keep eating my lunch.
All right. You return back as the lunch break still has about a couple minutes left of it. The rest of you guys have all heard this through the comm system, by the way.
Well, I think it's probably a good thing that we keep an eye on.
I think we don't want
Does
him
seem
to
a
know
little-
that we're keeping an eye on him, though.
Yeah, be subtle.
Thinking maybe one of us on the camera and one of us outside the door, just watching him. That way he feels free to do whatever he might be doing, but also
Mm-hmm.
quick to react. Can be quick to react.
Sounds fair.
So,
I think Audie's fully silent the rest of lunch.
Same.
Yeah.
so you guys continue the rest of your day. Audie,
Mhm.
you get to the point in the scheduling later
Mhm.
that day where you see that a note pops up saying that that Gregory Rufus is to be put on temporary hold in the schedule for the time being.
Okay.
No reason why given.
yeah.
Just that he's to be immediately put on hold.
Okay, we'll follow instructions. I do, again, every time we're interfacing with the scheduling system, it's a brain dance.
Yep.
They can probably feel the, like, throughout the whole thing, you know? That expression of emotion. But yeah, okay, we'll listen to that. Begrudgingly.
Okay.
And I guess we'll probably update Mal with a Nevermind, which I'll do later.
Okay.
Yeah. That'll be that. Unless if something pops out to me as an opportunity.
Yeah, don't forget that if you're in control of the schedule, you might be able to get away with putting people where you want.
I wouldn't want to do that on the first day of messing
Right.
with it.
It's for later.
Yeah.
There's nothing we could do with it right now anyway.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, that'll be that.
I would think I would review the manual for any security protocols around the net running level, if there are any.
Yeah, generally the manuals state that in case of any of the lurkers going psychotic for any reason that is not implied. And the manual does suggest that it does have a higher rate of happening in this location, but does not also tell why. It is to a very quick and concise, and with use of force, subduing the individual.
Okay.
And not allowing them access
Is
to
there,
other
is there any
systems.
kind of... Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Is there any kind of technical thing that needs to be done, like kill switch kind of thing, or
There's
I
no
don't know?
there's no kill
the net-
switches, but it does recommend hitting a floor level lockdown, which you would have
Okay.
access to the keys that would allow you to get to the buttons that would allow you to do that.
Is there any way to like shut down his
Oh.
chair remotely or anything like that?
Yeah, so there is a way to, if things happen, if say a netrunner is deep in a dive and they are starting to show problematic symptoms, and the symptoms doing they list a list of things that have or as problematic or cause for concern, and they are seizing, they are excessive sweating, excessive nosebleeds, or blood coming from any other facial orifice. Is an awful statement to have to say. Looking as if they are alert while under a net dive. There is a button that isolates that chair to a internal intranet, like almost like a digital cell, to isolate them. And
Good to know.
Is there any way to like remotely jack them out?
So that's the first step of doing that. Once they get isolated there, then they can another runner can go in and safely try to pull them out. Is the
but
protocol?
I wouldn't be able to do that.
Yeah, if another runner isn't capable of doing it, or the risk of sending another runner in is deemed too high, then there is a kill switch in each chair that can be used to forcibly jack out any net runner. However, that is the last case scenario, as the sheer number of black ice that is in the programming is detrimental to one's health to do that.
Is there any kind of health, doctor or anything like that that's on that floor that observes and for symptoms, or is that our job?
So there isn't a doctor on the floor, no, but there is a doctor on the 23rd floor that has an entire clinic for anyone that gets injured on the job.
So it's our job to watch for the symptoms.
General monitoring, yeah. And you do remember from the cameras, there is a camera that directly looks down into the lurker pit, and specifically can be used to zoom in on any of the facial features of any of the lurkers that are currently in dives.
I'm going to disable the camera that points towards the outside of that room, so that we could safely stand there without being seen by the camera.
Okay.
But the one that's keep the one interior trained on Benjamin.
Okay. Yeah, that'll be your assignment tomorrow when you get in. But for the most part, the rest of the day is not very eventful. You do get a little bit of information trickling down to you guys that there was an attempted, because the water cooler talk is that there was an attempted suicide bomber at the gates this morning, and people are talking about it quite commonly. But not many people know why. You guys get the security guards, especially Yui and Lou. You get the information that the man was distraught over his wife, who used to be one of the top administrative assistants in the company, not returning home after a shift.
Yeah, we didn't get any details as to a time frame or anything like that, right?
No details on a time frame. Just that that his wife did not show back up home, and it's been at least a little while in planning for this, at least. And you could put together with the audio recordings that Audie has sent out too that it's probably one and the same. The former assistant that she's replacing is probably this man's wife.
Oh. Better be careful.
But the rest of the day goes by. You guys are allowed to clock out and head back to your respective place of either meeting and or rest. Is there anything that you guys would like to discuss with each other before going to the next day?
I don't think I can keep doing this.
Yeah. Sounds like you might be in danger.
Oh no, that's fine. I just the vibe, terrible, awful. Also, people personally know me, and it seems like Mr. Harrison wants to know me, like as Audie, and he might even maybe know. I don't know. I'm not that great with people. Do you think if I tell Miss Lady that we are talking to for the job that the big boss man wants to meet me personally versus the persona, can we pull me out? Would that be good? I don't want to be here. I don't want to be pulled out into the back and shot.
Well, also now that I'm thinking about it, there's a danger in them knowing who you are personally. If this, in the end.
Huh?
If the exec knows who you are, then
I
they'll
don't-
find you after the job's done.
Does it seem like he knew who I was?
I mean, if he gets to know you as Audie.
Oh. So,
It's worth discussing with them, I think.
You can give me a
If
human
you-
perception check there,
you know.
Audie, to see if
yeah.
you think that he does or not.
I mean, they might turn around and tell you to go for it too, and try to push you further. So
Right, so the first one was
prepared
a
for that.
1, and that's a 3, so that's a 2. -2, right?
Yeah.
-2 to human perception. That is an 9 on my end. And
Still a solid roll for Cyberpunk.
Okay.
You're not quite sure.
Mm-hmm.
You couldn't tell if it was recognition of you or if he was just trying to be a little flirty.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, if Miss Lady doesn't want me to back out, I won't back out. But okay,
I'm and then she just starts calling our contact for this, our actual contact. Which, oh god, it's Mara Nugan.
Yep.
What was her name? I don't remember. Okay.
Scrolling up to my notes.
It's Mara Nugan.
Yep, so you call Mara and she's like, hello. Do you have anything to report?
yeah, sort of, kind of. A person that I know personally from my like as Audie works here, sort of. He's in lab tech. Two, the big boss CEO man wants to meet Audie Amps, and he might maybe possibly know who I am. Also, outside of Lily Lee, or maybe he was just trying to hit on me because that is what corpos do.
Okay.
He wants to see an Audie show.
Then get him some tickets for after this is all said and done. You can
Okay.
get him in your pocket.
Okay.
If the man's showing interest in you, use that to your advantage.
Okay. So I am still Lily Lee?
For the next week, at least.
Okay.
Okay, I didn't think about that.
Anything else that
She'll put it on speakerphone at this point so that other people can talk. Now that she's gotten her jitters out, I think she's gonna go walk away and just like flop about excess energy.
I got nothing necessarily.
Well, I think we would report that we suspect that potentially, what's his name? I forget. Benjamin could potentially be either the threat himself or being controlled by someone and being framed as that threat. And that he's on the fringe of cyber psycho, and that we have to babysit him tomorrow.
good to know. Good to know. Something definitely seems up there, and
Oh, I don't think that she would know about the bombing or any of that stuff yet, too. So we would tell her all that.
yeah, she's like, good to know. And someone's definitely upset there. That's unfortunate, but it is what it is. Keep digging. Do you have any information on mapping out the complex at all yet?
I
think-
we've seen through cameras and
Yeah.
basic idea of the layout of the place.
I have a brain dance of the
Yeah.
scheduling.
Oh, you do.
Mm.
That is.
We also know where they get their coffee, and potentially that could be a weakness, an asset. If we could get somebody behind the scenes there that could potentially, like knock them out with drugs or something like that if it needed to happen.
Good information to have. Very good information to have.
I think that's all we have. Any new assignment or anything? Any new aspects, or just continue?
Continue to do what you're doing. You're doing a good job so far. Have not heard anything or other contacts. Have no idea that you're even there, so that's a good thing. They have not heard anything about any spies or anything, so. There are others that we have sent in that are keeping an eye out for if anything tips off security about your infiltration.
Audie will scamper back over.
Do one of them happen to maybe possibly work in lab tech? Maybe?
Not that I know, not that I'm aware of.
Ah, okay, fine.
She walks back away.
She's very excitable.
That didn't seem like an excitement sound.
A disgruntled sound.
Yeah, like exasperated.
Well, you guys are doing a good job. The Dawn is very grateful for everything you're doing here. Keep it up, please. As the line goes dead.
So what was your plan with the camera, Yui? You have a specific plan you want to execute tomorrow?
Basically just observe and have one of us serving and one of us ready to jump into action. We two of us don't really have any ability to see what he's doing in the net, but
Right.
we can watch him physically.
Well, at least Z will be there too.
Just trying to figure out some way that we could disconnect her if something's going wrong, but I guess we can't do that without hurting her.
Oh, I know very little about anything tech-oriented.
Same here.
Yeah. The only tech I have any points in over what is required is I have 3 points in first aid.
Which one of you is gonna be watching the cameras?
I can do that.
Don't matter.
Will, you're a little more physically able.
Okay. All right.
So who's gonna watch the cameras?
Sounds good.
I will. And so where Lou will be waiting, like outside the door, I'll have the camera disabled there, so he can't do the net. See if anybody's watching him.
Okay.
And then I will be watching the camera that's trained on him, just for any signs, like you said, like sweatiness or awareness or anything like that.
If it is not also too much trouble, can you be sure that Miss Tara doesn't take me out back and kill me like a dog? That would be nice. I'm not doing this again.
Right. I'll keep an eye on it.
Thank you.
Yes, we will prevent that from happening.
I mean, I guess if she tries, she'll probably get fired if you guys are looking out. Just a head tilt. Maybe? I don't know. Does it seem like they give it, does it seem like they care?
She's more likely to get promoted.
Well, no, because I'm below her. It wouldn't matter. It would just keep me from, taking her place.
Right. I don't think they care much about that in this world.
Yeah, I figure not. I don't know. I mean, you guys speak with security, so I didn't know if, they seem like they care much about stuff like that.
Well, have you heard anything about the last girl that got missing?
Nope.
Went missing? I think it'd be the same situation if you went missing.
Mm. Yeah, that sounds about right. I think. Oh god. What would I roll that is the equivalent of a will check, if I may ask?
A will check.
I guess that makes
Endurance,
sense.
maybe?
I guess it makes sense that it would just be like a straight will roll. Okay. I think with what I have, if I may assume myself, Audie's just gonna put all of her drugs on the table. That is 8 things of Smash and 4 things of Blue Glass. She goes, somebody needs to take these for the rest of the week.
Oh god.
Mal would probably scoop him up, I would think.
Yeah, I'm almost positive Mal would probably,
Yeah.
take that unless anyone else wants to take them.
Oh, well, actually, if any of you are going to be talking to people, the Smash is actually really good for that. Like, it just gets you kind of, like, loose, you know?
Uh-huh.
really good.
Take your word for it.
Is there a Yelp for drug addicts?
Eh,
I give the Smash 4 stars out of 5.
So Mal just sort of scoops them up and puts them in a bag. And just looks at you. I'm not giving these back until the job's done.
Okay, I was about to be really scared. You can have them for now until I get to be regular audio again.
Okay.
But only until then.
And just takes them off and puts them somewhere.
Immediate twitch. Yeah.
That isn't going to affect your day-to-day life coming off of hard drugs that you've been on for
I was gonna say
consistently
we
for-
get withdrawal outie now.
Wait, no, she went to rehab, didn't she?
I know she did. She's technically been off them.
Oh,
That was
okay.
me trying to figure out.
That is
Yeah.
correct, yeah.
That's
Yep.
that's good.
I almost forgot
I-
about that.
That was me trying to figure out if she was about to relapse or not from the funny trauma.
All right, so the night comes and goes as you guys wake up in the morning and get ready for work again for the third day. And as you're in, you get there, and the security check is a bit tighter than it has been in the past. There is another checkpoint that starts further down the driveway than it did before. And so now there's 2 checkpoints to, you guess, to slow down anything that could have happened like yesterday. It definitely seems like it is a temporary checkpoint that's been erected, as it is like those portable concrete slabs or portable concrete barricades.
Mhm.
And what appears to be a rental trailer booth, sort of. Like that you'd see like the portables that you'd see at like a construction site. Just a quick roughshod job that was dropped off overnight. You're stopped a few more times than you are normally, but you get into the building, and the mood is a bit different here today. Usually it's been a bit more of a upbeat. The music itself is a bit more upbeat. The music's off today. There is no music playing in the lobby when you come in. And the other thing you realize is there's no visitors currently either. It's just simply people that are workers here. Whereas the past few days, there's been workers, at least on the first few floors that are public access, been walking through and, checking out things and the like.
It seems a little odd to me. Is it just like a state of mourning on the facility kind of thing, like a political statement, maybe?
Give me this would be a human perception check, as that's the closest thing to insight that
Do I have that? I'm doubting.
would be under social.
Human perception. Ooh, my base is 4. Yeah. This is gonna be fun. Oh, well, I rolled a 10, so I get to roll another one, right?
Yep.
Oops. So 10. Oh, plus 9, 19. So 23.
You get the feeling that this may or may not be a preventative. Probably after an attempted suicide bombing at the front gates yesterday, they're just trying to play a little safer for a little bit.
Restricting, like, certain clearance access.
Yeah.
Yeah, so just like a DEF CON kind of situation.
Yeah, tightening up security until things are able to go back down another step.
Gotcha.
So all of you have your assignments for the day. Ziri heads back. You head back down to the basement. Actually, all three of you, minus Audie, head back to the basement. As you go down, Ziri, the elevator that you've been taking every single day to get down to the lurker den is a different elevator than the rest of the elevators. Most of the standard elevators don't go down into the sublevels. This is an elevator that is in a service room behind the main elevators that simply goes down and is not readily available for public access. So, and every time you've gone down here, you've seen that little red blinking light on the camera that looks directly at everyone in this elevator. And today you realize the camera's off as you look up at the Siri.
Oh.
And you are in this elevator with both Lou and Yui.
I'm on high alert now.
That seems odd.
Yes. That camera is usually on.
Is it the one that I turned off?
No, this is not the one you turned off.
Is the security room in the basement? Like, is that where we're going?
Yeah. Yep. It is.
Okay.
It is that checkpoint that Ziri was stopped at the first day.
Okay.
Yeah, it's that point. So you guys get down. The door opens as you see the security checkpoint there. You see that there's the night shift. It looks up at you and, oh, cool! Finally get to go home, take a nap.
See anything unusual tonight?
Unusual? No. Well, I mean, Benjamin got here early this morning. By a good 3 hours per shift. Said he had said he had a project he had to work on that required some overtime.
You noticed the camera was off in the elevator?
He looks at his screen a bit. Huh. Oh, it must have just gone off. Damn thing. I'll call up to maintenance and have it checked out. It's not turning back on my end.
Well, you head home. Have a good one.
Yeah, you too. So he gets up and gathers his stuff and starts to walk back towards the elevator. I'll hit up maintenance on the way and tell him to come down and check out that camera.
Got it.
For you.
Yeah, you do that.
I'm gonna walk back towards the elevator and put one of the audio recorders that I got in my car, like on the, like try to hide it somewhere near that area.
Okay. Yeah, you find. This will be a conceal/reveal object check.
Okay. 6. That. Yeah, 13.
13. Okay. I'm assuming these are just like small little bug-like things, so they're not the
Yeah, it
largest.
looks like a little puck.
Yeah, you're able to slip one between the little lip between the outline of the elevator door and where the actual wall meets. You're able to find enough of a slot where you can slide one in underneath the gap.
All right. Then I'll just continue, and I guess Lou will be posted up outside the door, and I'll be on the cameras.
All right. You guys set up there. Audie.
Sounds good.
Yep. How is Miss Girl Boss doing?
Oh, just to be clear, quick question, Ken,
Yeah.
before we go. Does Yui does Yui from the cameras that he has there have any access to be able to watch Audi and make sure she's safe, or is that only
That
from the
that's
upper
from
booth that
that's
we
from
were
the upper
in
booth
before?
is the main control hub. This booth controls all the cameras on this
Okay.
floor.
All right,
Buddy,
just checking.
just check in every 5 minutes with your location.
Mhm.
If you don't check in, I'll come to the last place that you said you were at.
Okay. Maybe to your disdain, I don't know how Audie would describe these places. So, we'll see how that goes.
Tell me what floor you're on at least.
Okay. There we go. I think she can manage that.
Yeah, easy enough as you are in the penthouse of the
Yeah.
of the building at your desk, and
Mm-hmm.
oddly enough, there is no Tara today. As you see Alexander leaning in the doorway from his office, calling out to you. Tara had a personal day she had to take today. So,
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so I got a list of a few things for you to do and do today, including, and he'll start listing off just some very simplistic things to do.
Yeah.
Also, I'd like you to accompany me to lunch today. I have a lunch meeting, and I need someone to take notes on it.
Oh, of course. I'd be more than happy to help you, Mr. Harrison.
And it'll be good, and it'll be a good test run here. See, for one reason or another. Oh, by the way, have you ever heard of Neo Noir? That's the restaurant we're going to.
Have I?
So Neo Noir, you would know immediately as like that is the top of the line
Shut up, Yuri.
restaurant in the entirety of Night City. Like it is
Oh, wow.
like the most expensive that you could get in Night City
Yeah.
for food.
Oh, wow. I've heard about it. It'll be an honor to go with you.
Yeah, he smiles. We have a suite there rented out for our meeting today, so please get your work done, and lunch is on me today.
Oh, you're too kind, Mr. Harrison. Thank you so much.
I'm going to call Mara, see if she can have someone posted outside that restaurant.
You shoot her a message. She's like, "We got you." Actually, she's like, actually, the chef actually belongs to us there.
Oh, I love that for them.
Yeah, we also tell her to look into where Tara might be, because she's on a personal day.
She girl bossed too close to the sun, guys.
And on that note of girl bossing Icarus, that is where we are going to end the session for today.
Nice.
As it is getting close to 4 o'clock. You guys, for improvement points, you guys did very good following your roles and the like. You guys will gain 160 improvement points today.
Awesome. Thank you.
For teamwork, communication, going above and beyond, trying to unravel a mystery, you guys did a really good job with that today. So kudos to you guys.
Oh, I got a really good number for this. I don't want to spend any points.
There's 2 numbers that I can think of off the top of my head. Neither one I want to. The giggle tells me exactly which one. All right. So, with that being said, big thank you to everyone who's been watching today. Even bigger thank you to all of our players. Without you guys, none of this would be possible. So, have a good night, everyone. Take it easy, and check us out tonight for Lost Colony of Sargava. Fresh reminder, we will not have any streams over the next 3 days, Monday through Wednesday, as I will be out on vacation. But we will resume back on Thursday. So check us out tonight and then back on Thursday. Have a good night. Take it easy. Bye-bye.
Bye.